Morning, sir. How are your travels?
Good. I'm in North Carolina. Are the birds too loud here? Can you hear the birds?
We definitely can hear the birds.
Are they too loud? Because we were having some discussion about that earlier, about whether they were too loud. I could go inside if they are, but
I'm fine. I don't know about anybody else. It's a nice
I'm
diversion
fine.
at tax committee to have birds singing.
You'll
Lovely.
probably be muting when other people speak anyway, so it wouldn't be a problem that way.
Mr. Chair, when we get started, do you mind going over the order of the bills? We have several folks who are tuning in the beginning to see what order you're going in.
oh yeah, yeah. I think we had a couple requests from Representative Toole. I think wanted to go first, and then Senator DeChambeau asked us about first, and we told her she could go second because he made his request first. So I think we
Right.
want to take 659, 953, and then the rest we could just take them in the order they're listed, I guess, unless Representative Terry has a suggestion otherwise. But
Okay, yeah, I think they're tuning in just to see where their bill, because they know there's always requests, so.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna text a few of them about when their bill's coming up, so just to be helpful. Very
okay,
busy day today.
yeah.
Good morning.
Representative Terry, we were just talking about the order of the bills, and I believe Representative Toole had made a request first, so we were going to hear his bill first. Is that correct?
No, actually, Representative Matlack is first.
Okay, all right.
Then, if
Senator-
you want, I can read the list out if that helps
Well,
for
we wanted-
everybody.
I think it was Senator DeChambeau was going to be second, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. So, do you want to wait a couple minutes for everybody, more folks to show up? Or I can just give you the list as.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to
As
go over the
request-
order, we want to take the bills, we could do that while we're waiting for people to come in.
Yeah, as requested by sponsors for timing of things, because timing is completely nuts this week and next. Number one is 1129, Representative Matlack. Number two is 953, Senator DeChambeau. Number three is Representative Toole at 659. Number four is 1174, Representative Ordway. Number five is 1247, Senator Dill. I think Senator Dill actually asked for something last night too, now that I think about it, but we'll get him in there. Number six is 1132, Representative Morales. And number seven is 1337, Representative Kessler.
Okay. Excellent. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
gonna I won't be able to stay on the whole time, but I figured we could get things, started. I'll stay on for a while, and then, I'll have to be kind of in and out, I guess, a little bit, but,
Sure. We do have quorum, and I know Representative Matlack has chairing a committee in a little bit.
Yeah, why don't we start then? If we have quorum, we'll get started because we have several people that need to be in and out at certain times. So All right, well, welcome everyone to the Committee on Taxation. We're gathered today to have public hearings on 7 bills. We will begin with introductions, and we will start with, is Representative Bickford with us? Looks like he is. Representative Bickford.
Good morning. I'm Bruce Bickford. I represent House District 63, which is part of Auburn.
Excellent. Representative Carmichael.
Morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Mickey Carmichael. I represent House District 137, which is parts of Hancock, Washington, and Penobscot counties. Thank you.
Excellent. And I don't see Representative Collins or Representative Gramlich with us, nor do I see Representative Hanley or Representative Kryzak. Representative Matlack.
Good morning. And I'm afraid your birds are annoying my dog, so she's going to bark. Good morning. My name is Ann Matlack. I represent House District 92, which includes the communities of Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, Matinicus, Creehaven, and the Muscle Ridge Islands.
Excellent. And Representative Perry. Representative Perry, are you with us?
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
I've just, my phone is switching over to my car and something's going haywire, but this is Joe Perry. I represent part of Bangor and part of Orono in the main house.
Excellent. And Representative Sachs.
Good morning. My name is Melanie Sachs, and I'm honored to represent House District 48, which is Freeport and part of Pownell.
Okay. And Representative Terry.
I'm Representative Mo Terry. I represent District 26, the west side of Gorham, and I serve as House Chair.
And I'm Senator Ben Chipman. I represent Senate District 27, which is most, but not all, of the city of Portland. And also with us today, we have Avery Page, who's our committee clerk, as well as our analyst, Julie Jones. And we will now start, we'll go over the order, I guess, for those who weren't here when Representative Terry announced that earlier. But we're first going to take LD 1129. And then following that, we'll hear LD 953, 659, 1174, 1247, 1132, and finishing out the day with LD 1337. So we'll now begin with Representative LD 1129, which is sponsored by Representative Matlack. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and respected colleagues on the Taxation Committee. My name is Ann Matlack, and I represent House District 92, which includes the communities of Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, Cushing, Matinicus, Creehaven, and the Muscle Ridge Islands. I am here today to introduce LD 1129, an act relating to the valuation of retail sales facilities. This bill was introduced in the 129th legislature by Representative Ryan Tipping, but as with so many other bills, it was not able to be completed before he adjourned due to the COVID pandemic. This bill will provide local assessors with the tools they need to confront what is referred to as dark store theory. That is, large national and international retailers and grocers filing one property tax appeal after another, attempting to force local municipal assessors to capitulate under the high cost of litigation and accept the novel argument that these bustling big boxes should be valued like vacant dark stores. The theory? These facilities are fundamentally useless to any other business and should therefore be assessed as empty or dark stores. Dark store theory, to quote an article from Slate, dark store theory is an economic affirmation of architects' long-held view that big box stores represent throwaway design and unappealing after use as an old pair of sneakers. Some empty big boxes have evolved into churches, city halls, data centers, and even a shelter for migrant children, but most are worse than useless. With deed restrictions, outgoing retailers salt the earth, banishing prime commercial land to low rent uses. More than 20 states are wrestling with how to withstand these repeated abatement requests and pay for the ever-mounting court costs that defending their assessments entail. Maine municipalities are also confronting the high costs of defending themselves against well-funded big box stores. As David Martucci explains in his written testimony, the town of Thomaston has seen its valuation of the local Walmart appealed time and again at great cost to the town. Ellsworth, Oxford, Bangor, Augusta, Sanford, and Farmington have all faced requests for reductions to assessments of 75% or more. Last summer, Brunswick was able to reach an agreement regarding their assessment, but only after repeated abatement requests by Walmart and 3 years of mediation. The bill presented today contains draft language for supporting local assessors in their efforts to counter repeated dark store abatement requests. I'm asking for additional time to further refine this language so there is no misunderstanding about how to assess big box stores. Thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Representative Matlack. Are there any questions from members of the committee? So is this the same language of the bill that we had voted out last time in committee?
You didn't vote it out. I don't think anything ever came of it. I believe there was a public hearing, and that was the extent of it. And this was not the language that was presented at that time.
Okay.
This was language that was worked on between Representative Tipping and the AG's office and assessors. So this was never presented to the committee prior to today.
Okay, excellent. Thanks for that clarification. We have a question from Representative Sachs.
Thanks so much. Good morning, Representative Matlack. So just being new to this issue, the additional, and I reviewed it, but the additional language that you're hoping to bring, it would do what? Just so that I can understand this issue a little bit better.
It would clarify the basis for the assessment. Apparently, and I'm not an expert on this, but apparently the way that big box stores and their attorneys approach this is that no one else can ever use this property, therefore it has no value, therefore it has no value now, so that the assessment should be virtually nil. When in fact, the big box stores do have value presently. There are apparently are 2 ways of determining assessment, whether it's ownership or leasehold, and the clarity of the language will be to establish that the valuation of big box stores is current and not prospective into the future when there's the potential for deed restrictions and so forth, limiting the future use of the property. So rather than be prospective, it should be current. And that's what this language is trying to determine.
Great. And if I may just have one quick follow-up.
Sure.
And so these big box stores aren't willing to give up the properties. They just want to keep them there for whatever reason and then have them assessed at a really low value.
Well, we're talking about current stores. For example, in my area, there was a standard Walmart in Rockland. It
Right.
was a regular store. It had been there for a number of years. Walmart decided to build a larger super Walmart, including a grocery store, et cetera, in the town of Thomaston, in an area with several other businesses. When they moved over, they were selling the property, but they sold it with deed restrictions, so that right now the folks that are in the building, I don't know whether they're leaseholds, or I don't know who owns the building at present. Generally, Walmart does not hang on to facilities. They sell them, but with the restrictions, so that we now have, instead of any other use for it, we have a lesser value stores that are there. We have Ocean State Job Lots, we have a dollar store, we have Harbor Tools. We don't have anything that can raise the economic value of this property. It depresses that. And in saying that Thomaston has a Walmart, they look to what the old store used to be and say, this is what our store should be valued as. This other store with deed restrictions and limited usage by other entities.
Gotcha. Thank you. That's very helpful. Appreciate that so much.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions from members of the committee?
Mr. Chairman,
Sure, go ahead.
I can't raise my hand, but I just want to say up here in Bangor, we've got Sam's, we've got Walmart, Target, Lowe's, Home Depot, BJ's, and on and on. And when I was on the Bangor City Council, this was a constant problem, a constant nightmare. Defending this all the time. The property tax value percentage is already being shifted dramatically onto homes. So I just want to thank you for bringing this bill forward, and hopefully we can find a solution that gives a little peace to municipalities from fighting this constantly.
Thank you.
Excellent. Seeing no additional questions, thank you, Representative Matlack, for presenting that bill. We'll now hear testimony from those in support of the bill, starting with Larry Gardner, followed by Sarah Austin. Is Larry Gardner with us?
Yep, I just promoted him.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Gardner.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, we can.
Yes. Thank you very much for allowing me to be here this morning to talk about this. I am the city assessor of Ellsworth, Maine, and Super Walmart here has applied for a tax abatement. Now they've passed the local level. They're at the State Board of Property Tax Review level, and the state board always requires mediation, so we're in that phase now. But what I wanted to really get at is we believe this legislation will provide for the assessors a more equitable taxation for the benefit of all property owners. And we believe will provide a balanced system for all. And by what it would do is reinforce a tax system for assessors that would provide optimum efficiency and fairness. We need to get back to the basics of fee simple valuation, which is what is required by state law. And that would allow for a more uniform taxation by valuing property according to generally accepted real estate appraisal methodologies. And this bill, the wordage of it, I believe would do that. And it is something we really need as assessors, because this is for Super Walmart that I have this abatement at the Property Tax Review Board level. But of course, the other big boxes, we have Walgreens in town. They've applied for an abatement this year. So they all, Home Depot has applied for a tax abatement this year. They all want to get on this train if it's working for Super Walmart. It really shouldn't be working for Super Walmart the way they go about using dark store comparables. It really shouldn't. In fact, there's a Wisconsin court case that was in just last year in late 2020, where Lowe's tried to get a big tax abatement, and the courts found there in Wisconsin that the comparables that Lowe's was using were all dark store comparables, and said, well, no, you can't do that. You've got to compare to a similar type property that's in its present current use, not what you would expect 10, 15, 20 years from now, that property to be. And so the Wisconsin courts have ruled there. And we shouldn't have to go to our highest courts here in the state of Maine just to have uniform taxation and fair taxation for all property owners. And so that's what I'm suggesting is we do use this legislation, and I think it will do that. It will make it fair and equitable for everyone. Thank you. Is there any questions? I can answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. Does anyone have any questions at this time? All right, terrific. Thank you for your testimony. We really appreciate it. Next up is Sarah Austin, followed by Sarah Austin will be Nicole Grahowski, who is the representative for Ellsworth.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, Senator Chipman and Representative Terry and members of the Taxation Committee. I am excited that you are again taking up this piece of legislation. My name is Sarah Austin, policy analyst at the Maine Center for Economic Policy, and this is an issue that I wrote a report on that surveyed Maine communities that have been experiencing these types of assessment appeals. And that is something I can distribute to the committee to help better understand the prevalence of this dark store theory here in Maine. This is something that was really birthed in the Midwest and has kind of taken over across the country over the last decade or so. And it's something that box chains, while they are benefiting from local services like fire and police and all of the infrastructure that municipalities provide, they are using these schemes of dark store theory to lower their property taxes and lessen the amount that they're contributing back to their communities. Retailers like Walmart, Home Depot, Lowe's have been successful in using this to challenge local assessments and slash their property tax bills. Here in Maine, major corporations are beginning to roll out this tactic. And since 2015, 6 retailers primarily, Walmart, Lowe's, Walgreens, Sam's Club, Best Buy, and BJ's have requested $184 million in valuation reductions, just looking at the major retail cities in Maine that have the highest retail sales. So this is not even a full assessment of all of Maine. And it's important to remember that while these box stores argue that they are a dying breed, that they are not worth that much, this really is big business. The top 10 large retailers nationally reported more than $1.1 trillion in sales in 2018. And most of these were by chain supermarkets and big box home improvement stores, which reaped large profits even through the pandemic. Here in Maine, those same profitable retailers say that communities should ignore this reality on the ground, and they say that towns should instead assess their properties as if they were shuttered or vacant dark stores in economically undesirable areas. And just to try to get this out of assessor talk and into simple language, what this really means is that they're arguing that their home should be assessed in a neighborhood that's fallen on hard times, even though they're in the most popular part of town that is clearly economically viable for these big organizations. So we know that property taxes are supposed to be based on an apples to apples comparison between properties. That's how it works for homeowners, that's how it works for a different business property, and that's how it should work for box stores too. But these lawyers have been pushing this theory that an open, bustling store should be valued the same as one that's been abandoned across town that might have restrictions upon it, saying that other big box retailers can't even use it to do business there. So the intent of this piece of legislation is really to find a way to tighten up Maine law to make sure that they aren't able to use this loophole to cost millions and millions of dollars in litigation fees for towns to have to defend against this. And I will just summarize by saying that I really look forward to working with this committee on this and can provide more information at the work session as that is helpful.
Thank you very much, Ms. Austin. It looks like we have a question from Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Ms. Austin.
Good morning.
Right now, current law says that it's current use valuation. Is that correct?
I believe so, but assessors would be better answering that than I would.
Right. So if current use is the way we go, why do we need a bill saying current use is necessary?
I would have to get back to you on that, and I would encourage you to ask. I think some other assessors will be here hopefully this morning, and they would be much better answering.
Okay, because my understanding is current use is as of April 1st. If it's a closed store as of April 1st, then obviously that value is not going to be the same as current use of an open store that's obviously making money. Is that right?
That should be correct, but we have
Okay.
also just seen that lawyers that use this tactic, that market themselves as using this tactic, have been successful in getting some reduction in value in Maine. So making the law as clear as possible is the aim here.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us. Ms. Austin, good to see you. And we'll now hear from Representative Grahowski, who's here to speak in support of the bill as a co-sponsor. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Good morning, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Committee on Taxation. I am Nicole Grahowski. I represent the communities of Ellsworth and Trenton in the Maine House, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this morning in support of LD 1129. This bill aims to assure that retail sales facilities pay their fair share of municipal property taxes. If they don't, the rest of us must pay more to cover services from which they benefit, like police, fire, roads, plowing, etc. It appears that nationwide and in Maine, what constitutes a fair share is up for debate. Common sense tells me that fair assessments for operating retailers would factor in values like the cost of property minus depreciation, how much income is generated at the property, and/or comparable sales value. What makes no sense is to pretend like the retail facility is no longer in business, empty, and unable to find a buyer, and then assess it as if it were currently in this destitute state. But that's exactly what some retailers are pushing for. It's called dark store theory, as you've heard, which in my mind is a fancy way of saying playing make-believe. To date in Maine, Walmart, Lowe's, Walgreens, Sam's Club, Best Buy, and BJ's have all requested that their valuations be reduced based on dark store theory. And to get to Representative Bickford's question, they have been successful in some cases. So what we're really talking about is, in my mind, dark big box store theory. This is not something that our mom and pop shops are seeking to do. To put it another way, this is like me asking my assessor to value my property as if my house had collapsed and was no longer of any value to anyone. Yes, that could happen, but that is not the current circumstance. If it did happen, my assessor would no doubt reassess my property value, as he would if the retail facility in question actually closed down and could find no buyer. The point is this: as long as my house is standing and as long as the store is open, they demand a higher level of valuable community resources than they would if closed. But instead of talking in hypotheticals, I'd like to share some real life anecdotes from my community as pertains to this bill. In Ellsworth, we have had both a Walmart and a Lowe's vacate their buildings. You might think, wow, who could possibly come along and fill those big boxes? They must be worthless now. Here's what actually happened. The old Walmart is now shared by Martin's and Tractor Supply, and the spot is so popular, a Dollar Tree was built there as well. And the old Lowe's is now a state-of-the-art mouse production facility for the Jackson Lab. The argument that once a big box retailer vacates a space, it can't be filled just doesn't hold up in my community. It certainly can sell for less than it has been assessed at while open and operating, but that might not be because its value has decreased naturally. As you've heard, many of these retailers place anti-competitive restrictive covenants on their shuttered properties to prevent competition with their own stores that remain open in the same region. Meaning, if the Ellsworth Walgreens goes out of business, but the ones in Blue Hill, Bar Harbor, Bucksport, and Brewer are still in business, Walgreens would want to protect its market share by not letting a CVS purchase that location in Ellsworth. In 2018, the current Ellsworth Walmart Supercenter filed an abatement request for its property taxes to be cut in half. For FY 2020, this amounts to the city losing over $195,000 in tax revenue. That's small change for Walmart, but not so for Ellsworth. One of the biggest concerns I hear from my constituents is being able to afford their property taxes or rent. When the Walmarts of the world don't pay their fair share, the tax burden is shifted to the rest of us. I'll conclude by saying that I am no expert in assessing tax policy or law. I hope you will direct technical questions to those testifying after me who are or in the work session. The language presented here may not be quite right, but the concept is sound. I hope this committee agrees and we can work together to find a solution that protects Maine people and our own small businesses ahead of unscrupulous corporate tax gaming. Our municipalities cannot afford to keep fighting this fight where our law is unclear. It's time for Maine to say, if your lights are on, you're not a dark store. Thank you for your attention, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Welcome. Thank you, Representative Grochowski. A question from Representative Kryzak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm Ted Kryzak. I serve as the chair on the Taxation Committee, and I represent Acton, Lebanon, and part of Shapley. My question is we had a Walmart in Sanford who moved because they built a super Walmart on the other side of town. The building was empty for a while. Now, I'm sure the city of Sanford was getting taxes on this new super center while the building was empty. Now, the building is completely filled. As you said, some of the buildings in your area were since then, so they're getting the tax break back. So is this bill to tax Walmart or big box stores if they move and build a bigger building? You want to tax them at the same rate for the closed building? I'm just trying to understand what's going on here, because the old building that they had is completely used now with different businesses, and the tax base is back. Plus, we got more taxes on the super Walmart when they moved to the other building. I don't know if it's the same situation in your area. Just trying to become a little more clear about what the bill is about. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Representative Kryzak, for the question. So this bill, so as pertains to your situation, which is exactly what happened here in Ellsworth, Walmart vacated its smaller store to make a super center. What this bill would do is say, as long as Walmart is in that smaller store doing business with its lights on in the smaller store, it should pay as if it's open, because it is open. When it vacates that building and it's empty, then the assessor often, and this happened in Ellsworth, will reduce the assessment of the closed building. Now, the new building where they have their lights on is being assessed at its, should be assessed at its proper value based on the fact that it's open. But that shift in cost for the vacated small Walmart, if you will, doesn't happen until the store actually vacates that location and stops doing business there. So the bill is really focused on where is the business happening, not what happens later. What it's trying to do is prevent a Walmart, for example, for saying someday we're going to vacate that building, so just tax us like we're gone already.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Sure, go ahead.
So what you're saying is they're asking for a tax deduction because they're building a new building and they're still in the old building? Am I understanding this correctly? So they're still operating in the same place, but they're telling you we're building a new building, so we shouldn't be paying the taxes on this small building.
No, they're just saying someday this building is going to be worthless.
Oh,
so please don't tax us on it.
Okay.
Whether or not they're building a separate building is a separate point. That happened in Ellsworth. That didn't happen with our Lowe's. Lowe's didn't build a separate building.
So they're still open and operating, but they're telling you that you shouldn't be taxing them because they're going to be building another building and they're moving.
Even more simply, you shouldn't be taxing them because their building would someday be worthless.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. It's hard to wrap your mind around because it sort of defies what I would call common sense.
Exactly.
Any additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us, Representative Grochowski.
Thank you all very much.
So we don't have anybody else signed up to speak in support of the bill. So we'll now hear from those in opposition to the bill, starting with Curtis Picard, followed by Elizabeth Frazier. Is Curtis Picard with us?
He was just promoted to panelist. Give him 1 sec.
Welcome, Mr. Picard.
Good morning, Senator Chipman and Representative Terry and members of the Taxation Committee. I am Curtis Picard, President and CEO of the Retail Association of Maine, and I'm here today to testify in opposition to LD 1129. LD 1129 seems to be reminiscent of last year's LD 2045, as Representative Matlock discussed. The retail industry is one of the largest employers across the country and in every state, including Maine. Retailers and their employees pay billions of dollars in taxes to state and local governments each year, including sales, income, and property taxes. Retailers are a critical part of the community. Property assessment should be based on sound, longstanding valuation principles such as the Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice and Appraisal Institute principles. Legislation like this seeks to manipulate these best practices by inventing new, less credible valuation rules designed to increase assessments on commercial properties. The landscape of retail has changed over the past few years and has become even more pronounced during the pandemic. Physical space is being downsized and significantly more sales are taking place online. Assessors aren't keeping up with this retail change that is necessarily resulting in lower valuations for some retail stores given their oversupply or obsolescence. A similar shift is currently happening with commercial office space as businesses rethink their footprints while their employees work remotely. The bottom line is that as properties become less desirable to the market, their values will necessarily decrease under sound valuation principles. Assessors try to undercut the application of sound valuation principles by valuing retail properties based on their current occupant and the income they generate on the property. This approach ignores market realities. Instead, retail properties should be valued with the same manner as all other commercial and residential properties. This would be consistent with sound valuation principles and would prevent assessors from using less credible approaches to inflate retail property values for property tax purposes. Many assessors and government entities also aren't performing sufficient due diligence in terms of fact gathering, either before determining assessed value at the informal appeal stage or in litigation. This results in valuations that are not based on the current market and the principles of supply and demand. All property, whether it is residential, commercial, or industrial, is value-based on what the property would sell for in the real estate market. Maine's Constitution, Article 9, Section 8 requires a uniform approach. It reads, all taxes upon real and personal estate assessed by the authority of the state shall be apportioned and assessed equally according to the just value thereof. At issue are assessed values of retail properties that are incorrect, and property owners are rightfully contesting the valuation of those properties. Maine law lays out the process for appealing assessed properties, and these property owners are exercising those rights. When valuing properties during the assessment process, assessors and appraisers routinely look to vacant properties for comparison purposes. Simply, LD 1129 is a tax increase bill targeted specifically on retail. It is our understanding that no state has passed this legislation, with the exception of Indiana, who repealed it after a year of enactment. We urge the committee to vote LD 1129 ought not to pass, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Mr. Picard. Any questions from members of the committee? You had your hand up at one point, Representative Terry. Did you have a question, or you're all set?
I'm going to save it for the work session. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, it looks like we have no questions, so thank you for being with us, Representative Picard. I'm sorry, Mr. Picard. Good to see you. So we'll now hear from Elizabeth Frazier to speak in opposition. Welcome, Ms. Frazier.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Elizabeth Frazier. I'm an attorney at Pierce Atwood, based in Portland and Augusta. Excuse me. And I'm before you this morning on behalf of the Maine Real Estate and Development Association, MEREDA. We are the state's premier trade association for commercial real estate development, but our membership includes, a wide variety of bankers, architects, engineers, really anyone engaged in commercial real estate. So I wanted to take a little bit of a different sort of turn here. I think Mr. Picard did a good job laying out the law, but rightfully, I think committee members are confused. I had to reread this several times again to familiarize myself from last year because it is a very complex issue. And I think MEREDA's perspective is not so much, our concern, I should say, is not so much with the specific retail issue or big box stores. It is actually just with the integrity of Maine's tax valuation law as it is enshrined in the Constitution, which you heard from Mr. Picard. So what I wanted to say about that is that there are some exceptions to the just value law. But before I talk about the exceptions, I think it's helpful to think about this in terms of fair market value. There is a slight difference. I don't want to mislead the committee, but as a general matter, just value and fair market value are very similar. So when, say, the Walmart or whatever, who's going to the town seeking an abatement, their theory, and by the way, I don't have any rightfully or wrongfully, I know this is a really challenging issue for a lot of communities, so this is just the law. I think their theory is that if they were to sell the building, the fair market value of that building would be based on the fair market value of a similar building that was recently sold or is on the market. That's where you get the dark store, because it's either on the market or was recently sold. And because that their theory is that's what our property will sell for. And I think that's what the problem is, because the way Maine law is written constitutionally, just value is similar to fair market value. There are some different classifications of law. So if you are an agricultural property, that's different than if you're a residential property or if you're a commercial property. But as Mr. Picard noted, retail stores, big box stores are in the commercial category. And so our interest is really just ensuring that all properties in the commercial category are treated the same using the just value law enshrined in the Constitution. And I just did want to mention those exceptions because I think they may be just helpful for you. The current exceptions to the just value provision are for farm, forest, and open space laws, game management and wildlife sanctuary lands, cost sharing for school districts, and valuation for commercial fishing activities. So there are ways to modify just value, but it has to be done through the Constitution. And I will just quickly wrap up by saying that we're sympathetic to the trouble that communities are facing here. And I know it's a national issue. I know these laws have been challenged nationally. We talked about this a little bit last year. Maybe there's a way to have a fund for municipalities to defend these suits, or maybe there's a creative solution here in the law that would not really undermine the value of the constitutional provision. I don't know what it is, but I would be happy to work with the committee on that. And with that, I did submit written testimony that includes some case law in case you're interested, and I would direct you that, but be happy to answer any questions.
Great. We have a question from Representative Krajicek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for your testimony. I just have a question. We're talking about usually standalone big box stores. Yesterday, I went and got my second shot at a big box clothing store that is closed, which is part of a mall. So if there's some big company that has a rental in a mall, is the same thing happening, or is it just for the standalone big box stores that, take a piece of property and build their own building, and then they're coming in for saying that nobody can come in and use this building for anything other than what we're using it for? Because this place was just packed. I mean, it's been going on now since they started giving shots to everybody in the pandemic, and it seems to have a lot more business than it did before. So is it just for standalone buildings that we're having this issue, or is it also for companies that own like a mall, and some big box company moves out of their mall? Are they looking for the same tax break?
No, it's interesting. I don't know the answer to the question. I would imagine yes, or something similar to that. Of course, it's a little bit different because, as you say, malls are typically owned by one company, but it may be that company seeking some kind of abatement. And I don't want to misrepresent myself as a tax expert. I'm not, and I am not a tax assessor. So, but I think part of what confuses this is that the just value of the property doesn't necessarily have anything to do with what's going on inside it. It has to do with how the property can sell when it goes back on the market, which is different than the business. So if you're a really successful restaurant, you may want to sell your business. If you're really successful, the value may be high, but you may be located in like this terrible, horrible neighborhood, right? Where if you leave and no one buys that business and they go open anything else, like it's just not going to sell for anything because the property has no value. And so that is important to this discussion as well, is that the activity occurring inside, or the value of the business, is different than the value of the building and the property and what it would sell for on the market. So with that, as much as I know about tax valuation and stuff, so I don't want to get out over my skis, but happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any additional questions from Ms. Fraser? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you very much.
So that concludes the testimony of those opposed to the bill, and we don't have anybody signed up to speak neither for nor against. So we'll now conclude the public hearing on LD 1129. We'll quickly move into opening the public hearing on LD 953. This bill sponsored by Senator DeChambeau, an act to improve affordable housing options and services to address homelessness. Is Senator DeChambeau with us?
Yep, just promoted her. She'll take 1 second to get over.
We'll hear from Senator DeChambeau, and then following Senator DeChambeau, we will hear from James Bennett, who's the city manager of the city of Biddeford, to also speak in support of the bill. Welcome, Senator DeChambeau. I think you're muted, Senator DeChambeau.
Thank you.
There you go.
I was just adjusting myself here. Thank you.
All right.
So I shall proceed. You're all set?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, good morning, Senator Chipman. I didn't expect to see you, and I love the sound of the birds. So, and Representative Terry, and honorable members of the Taxation Committee. I also want to thank you for accommodating my schedule. I have to leave after this and chair criminal justice. So I am Senator Susan DeChambeau, District 32, and I represent the city and towns of Biddeford, Dayton, Lyman, Alfred, Rundle, and Kennebunkport. I present to you today LD 953, an act to improve affordable housing options and services to address homelessness. Emphasis on affordable housing. Over the past several months, I and many others have worked with advocates with Maine Housing, Maine Affordable Housing Coalition, the City of Biddeford, the Department of Economic and Community Development, and many others to craft this legislation together to make it easier and financially feasible for municipalities and plantations to support community members who are unhoused or can only afford low-income housing. I want to tell you that you may have received it. I sent it, I believe my aide sent it to your policy analysts and amendment, but I need to explain further for you. What you have before you is the bill. As you all know, we all submitted our proposals in December. The LR came out in March. The bill before you was written in March. It had to do a lot with the taxation, the TIF statute. And so because it has to do with housing, the Maine Housing Authority 2 days ago submitted an amendment. I panicked a little because chairing a committee, I said, I've got to let you know about the amendment. So last night and this morning, I cross-referenced both of them. There's no really big changes. It's just that housing added some language that affects them as a housing authority. So why I am saying this is I plan between now and the work session to make sure that all the stakeholders agree with the language. The primary language you'll find in the original bill on page 1, line 9, 2 words, affordable housing. This whole bill has to do with affordable housing. Tax increment financing, or TIF, will be the mechanism for municipalities that can use to pay for affordable housing developments and housing services for people who are homeless. The Housing Authority, Maine Housing Authority, and the stakeholders for this proposal all have the same goal, which is to permit tax increment funding to be used by a municipality to cover the costs associated with the development of affordable housing. So I am ready to answer any questions. However, there's a group of very good professional city planners, developers, mayor, city managers who can, they do this every single day. So, and they can explain that much better for you. So that's where I am right now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. We have a question from Representative Sachs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Senator. So in reading your bill, housing, can you help me define housing services? So is this if a homeless shelter is within the TIF district? But I also see you're allowed to use these monies if it's outside of the TIF district. Is that the intent of the bill?
Outside the TIF district.
Right. I thought I had seen language, and maybe it's different if it's been amended. I've read the amendment and the explanation of the amendment, but I'm just trying to make sure I understand the scope of the bill.
Well, I would probably defer, I know, to my city manager. I don't want to make but it's interesting you picked up on the word services. I'm
a social worker, ma'am. I'm a social worker.
Well, guess what? I did that too for 43 years. So I'm a social worker. And funny you should mention that, because right now in this building, I live in the complex of the mills in Biddeford. Matter of fact, I was on the planning board that approved many of the bills to be renovated. I happen to live in the very few, if not the only one, that has when it was approved, had 40% affordable housing. Because of my income, I pay the market value rent for this apartment. Across the hall, they are affordable. And many of the people who can only afford them are disabled or have issues and don't have a car, need to drive, get to the hospital or something. This complex has a person who provides residential services, such as helping them fill out forms or what have you. I absolutely love this environment. I feel like I'm more in a little city where there are single moms with 1 or 2 children. We are near University of New England. We have students in this building who are studying to be doctors. They're the most quiet neighbors you have. And so it's a little bit of everything. I mean, affordable housing is not just where the well-to-do can afford something together. This is really a community in this building of 61 apartments. So.
Right. And so I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding the scope of the bill, that there are provisions within the bill allowing for those same TIF funds to be utilized for these services or housing units outside of the TIF district. And that services is somewhat broad, which I completely understand, but I'm just trying to make sure I understand the scope of the bill. Is that the intent?
If I'm incorrect, I think Mr. Bennett, our city manager, will correct me, but it's here. I witness it, I'm in it.
Okay, thank you very much.
We have a question from Representative Terry, followed by Representative Bickford.
I do have a housekeeping actually question for you, Senator. So we're typically right now scheduling our work sessions about a week out, and I understand that there's some stuff that needs to be worked on for this. Do you need more time than a week, do you think?
No, I mean, these are very good professionals and they know each other. So it's not a surprise. It's just that the wording I received was just 48 hours ago. I just want to make sure everybody's on board. I respect your position. We want a good bill. Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my favorite senator from the other side of the aisle.
I miss you, Representative.
It's good to see you. My question is, and maybe Mr. Bennett could answer better, I'm not sure, but can we currently not develop a TIF district around affordable housing? Is that what this bill is seeking to correct? Because we have a lot of, in Auburn, we have a lot of new affordable housing being built. And my understanding was, I thought we could create TIF districts around that, but apparently, are you saying we can't currently?
If you look at the current bill that is before you, you'll see the first 6 lines. what it's limited to right now. You can use TIF for construction of land, improvements, public ways, buildings, equipment for public arts district. So we're adding affordable housing. It's enabling us to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
There's a question from Representative Sachs.
And maybe this is for the work session, but Representative Bickford, Maine Housing Authority can create a housing TIF district, and maybe that can be, but under the municipal law that Senator DeChambeau is talking about, it's not currently. So there are affordable TIF districts, just not through this mechanism, through Maine Housing, I believe.
Excellent. Seeing no, go ahead, Senator DeChambeau.
No, we'll go right ahead. I see Mr. Bennett here. And also I would ask, there is an economic developer, Daniel Stevenson. He also has, if he's here, he also has to skip over to Veterans and Legal Affairs. So I don't want to miss him. So thank you, Representative Terry.
You're very welcome.
Excellent. We'll now hear, thank you for your presenting that bill to us, Senator DeChambeau. We'll now hear from James Bennett to speak in support of the bill, followed by Daniel Stevenson, since he has to skip over to another committee.
Thank you.
Mr. Bennett.
Thank you, Senator Chapman, Representative Terry, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. As you heard, my name is Jim Bennett, and I have the pleasure of serving as the city manager for Biddeford. I do want to note that on behalf of the Biddeford's Mayor and the City Council, we're certainly most appreciative of our delegation supporting this, and particularly our favorite senator and her hard work and leadership on this. You know, Biddeford is going through a lot of positive changes over the last decade because of the hard work and the collective community is guided by the leadership of its municipal officials. Part of what's happened is that the community is much more attractive, and obviously as more people want to live here, the price of housing goes up. You also all are very aware of what's going on in terms of the out-of-state influx because of COVID, which is multiplying that. And the net results is that affordable housing has really changed as an issue here in the community. I have provided some written comments to you for you, but I want to just kind of see if I can put this in simple terms. TIFs for local municipal officials is like the tool that we use in order to influence outcomes in our community. And what we're looking to be able to try to do is take this tool that we have and ask you to give us 2 additional attachments or amendments that will make our jobs a little easier as it relates to affordable housing and homelessness. First, the current housing, affordable housing TIF requires that 30% of the buildings that are on a TIF district has to be affordable in that district. And why that works for projects that are directly related to affordable housing, particularly the ones that are competing for tax credits through the Maine State Housing Authority, where you have to have a 75% credit enhancement in order to qualify, it really limits the ability for a community to address that. And I'm willing to give you an example to provide some concrete structure around what we're looking to do. We're looking to be able to take a development or a TIF district and be able to use the proceeds from that district to then use those funds to address affordable housing in close proximity to that location in order to maximize the ability to be able to increase affordable housing in a community. The second piece of it is to allow us to also use the resources from a TIF district that's so designated to provide the services, as was identified earlier, for homeless. That can be anything from warming shelters to facilities to any of those things. Right now, services for homeless have to compete against every other item that's in a community's budget. And as you all know, with revenue sharing being reduced over the last decade, the growing infrastructure needs, all those kinds of items, it is very hard for an elected official to look at a member of the public who has sewer lines that are backing up in their home, or roads that are falling apart, and say, we understand you have a need, but we're going to put money into homelessness. What this will allow it to do is that these funds are very limited in their use, and because the community decides that they want to target that for homelessness, those funds then would not be able to be used for things like paving roads and other issues. And it just makes it a lot easier for municipal officials to be partners with the state of Maine in order to address these issues. All of these, homelessness and affordable housing, are all really a part of making sure that our metropolitan areas are creating a mixture of living opportunities in order to be able to provide healthy communities and communities that thrive from an economic development perspective. I'm certainly glad to answer any questions or address any of the issues that came up earlier. I did want to respect the normal 3-minute time that you normally have in place, and therefore I've been abbreviated in my comments.
Great, thank you, Mr. Bennett. Are there any questions from members of the committee? I just have a quick question, Mr. Bennett. Maybe you could just elaborate a little bit more on examples as to why this addition to TIF statute is needed and will help communities address the need for affordable housing.
Great, Senator. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I'm going to use a very concrete example in our community. Our housing authority is trying to address an area around affordable housing that is not really addressed very well by the private sector. And that's 2- and 3-bedroom family units. And if you think about it, if you're only going to get X amount of dollars of revenue because of the way the formulas work, then the object is to try to have as limited amount of square footage as you can in a unit. And therefore that pushes you towards studios and 1-bedrooms, because the additional 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom units take additional square footage, but doesn't provide any additional revenue. And in a very competitive market for affordable housing and the credits that you needed, that becomes an area that, quite frankly, I think most communities in the state of Maine are missing. If you tried to do that project under current law and you did it on one parcel, you're going to give 75% of the credit enhancement, but most of the time in a housing authority, they don't pay taxes anyway. So you really haven't done a lot to try to help out. What we're looking to do is we have a 4-market project that's being looked at in our community and in our downtown area. And what we'd like to be able to do is take that and tax shelter that through a TIF, and then take some of the proceeds from that new tax money and be able to use it as a direct appropriation back to the housing authority's project to create 2- and 3-bedroom family affordable housing units, which is also in our downtown area. That primary is going to serve people that have jobs, but because of the price of housing in southern Maine and along the coast, could never afford to live in our community from a family perspective. Right now, we don't have the tools to do that. Literally, the only way we'd be able to do that is, much like I said earlier, which is to take money out of the general fund and appropriate it out directly in order to pay for that support. This gives us the opportunity to do it under this current law or this proposed bill under 953.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Any questions, additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us and providing your testimony today in support of the bill. We'll now hear from Daniel Stevenson to speak in support of the bill, followed by Cullen Ryan. Welcome, Mr.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. My name is Daniel Stevenson, and I am the Economic Development Director for the City of Westbrook, and I'm here in support of LD 953. I've worked in the field of economic and community development for more than 2 decades, both at the state and municipal levels, and have extensive knowledge and expertise in public finance, including tax financing. Many years ago, I used to oversee the TIF program when I worked at DECD, by way of example. As a Maine economic development practitioner, I'm intimately familiar with economic and community development issues affecting municipalities throughout the state of Maine, not just here where I am now. It's in this light that I attest that TIF is an important and effective local economic development tool, and it's one of the very few that we have in our box to work with locally. As you can imagine, Maine communities have varying economic development needs, and flexibility in TIF revenue is exceedingly important. 2 of our greatest collective challenges right now is the creation of affordable housing, as my esteemed colleague Mr. Bennett was just being clear with some detail on that, as well as mitigating homelessness. To create affordable housing options, this is something that when people are looking at policy sometimes miss, and Jim was just touching on this. You have to buy down the capital costs associated with construction. And typically when we look at our capital stack to do that, We do it with a layer of things. The 9% tax credit programs and affordable housing TIF, historic tax credits in some of the buildings at the local and at the state level. It gets really complicated and it gets complex. And it's very competitive. And these needs could be met at a higher level and in some cases effectively, as Jim was pointing out, in our local communities having this additional option under this TIF law versus the affordable TIF law that runs through Maine Housing. So although there are valuable affordable housing tax credit programs, and I've partnered with Maine Housing and they do wonderful work, access is limited, they're highly competitive, it can be time consuming for us to address some of these immediate needs. This allows for immediate flexibility to create affordable housing in our communities. And unfortunately, I do have to step out because I got to be over a veteran, so I do appreciate you moving me up. But two really quick things Representative Sachs you brought up. The goal, it's my understanding when this bill was being put together, TIFs are laid out so you have in-district cost, you have directly, things directly related to the TIF, and then you have municipal-wide TIF. It's my understanding this bill would allow that to happen, be municipal-wide. So you could have the flexibility to take care of some of these needs in the community. So I'm highly in support of this bill. I think it makes a lot of sense, and I really appreciate you letting me testify today. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. We have a question from Representative Sachs.
You knew I was coming, Mr. Stevenson. You had testified in front of this committee before arguing against expanding the definition of a TIF and how it directly relates to economic development. I'm understanding the arguments for economic development, affordable housing as a piece of that economic development. You had also argued that within the district, it was really important to hone in on those activities. So is it now your argument that that should be expanded municipal-wide and include homeless services, knowing that that's where my heart is, but I'm trying to make sure I understand the scope of the bill?
The first thing I'd say is I'm not an attorney, so I don't argue. But I would say this. I think when it comes to the difference between the last bill is town offices need to be built by the towns. Need to flow bonds.
Right. I totally get that.
Yeah.
We agreed with you. Yeah.
This is full-on bona fide economic development, right? One of our greatest obstacles right now is housing affordability. And there's limited access to it. There's a lot of competition to it. In this particular case, whether you wrap lines around a project and sprinkle money in, or whether you have another large commercial project happening and you're allowed to sprinkle it outside of that, but to support homelessness or to support affordable housing somewhere else in the community makes a whole lot of sense. It's that because each one of us, Representative Sachs, have different needs, whether it's homelessness or affordable housing, and to be tied down and pinned down in some boxes, it makes it more difficult for us. So if, I looked at what Mr. Bennett, he can be much more articulate, I think, specific with this bill, but I support it because of that flexibility, and I think it ties right onto the question that you're asking with opening up that flexibility.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us, Mr. Stevenson. We'll now hear from Cullen Ryan to speak in support of the bill, followed by Greg Mitchell. Welcome, Mr. Ryan.
Great. Thank you, Senator Chipman and Representative Terry and members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Cullen Ryan. I'm the Executive Director of Community Housing in Maine. I've been working in the field of homelessness for the last 34 years, so I have some expertise around that. My organization is the largest supportive housing provider for homeless population and develops affordable housing. And I speak in strong support of this bill. This is a common sense approach to increase the supply of affordable housing. And it also brilliantly works to end homelessness simultaneously. So this fits perfectly with everything that I work for and towards. And I just want to give you some statistics. There's between 5,000 and 6,000 people who experience homelessness every year in Maine. And within this group, we've got a small group of people. I'll tell you a little more about them, but they tend to be very expensive when they're homeless. They ricochet through our most expensive emergency systems, and they do so because they have been homeless for long periods of time. And by doing so, they touch all these systems. So we're working particularly to house this population because it empties out shelters, but it also gets people off the street because a lot of this population also ends up being homeless outside. And the last thing that Maine needs is encampments. But the huge issue that's facing Maine is that people can have rental subsidies in hand these days and wait the entire term and find no housing and hand them back. So there is just a dearth of affordable housing. People have no place to go. During the pandemic, we've put people into hotels. We have hundreds of people in hotels to spread them out of shelters, but the shelters are also full right now. Hotels are full. People who own these buildings are going to want them back for tourists. We don't have a place to put people. So we're just about to go headfirst into a crisis where we don't know where to put people. Now, there's an overall shortage of affordable housing, and just, you know, in the backdrop of the pandemic, which has exacerbated things, there are 30,000. The waiting list for affordable housing is 30,000 households on it, and there are 26,000 households on the waiting list for rental assistance, and they're often waiting between 5 and 10 years. That's a big number. It was just 50. It was 13,000 just a couple of years ago. It grew to 19, and it hit 26,000 last November. So this is a growing crisis of affordability, and as has been described in previous testimony, people are coming in from out of state, snatching up properties, driving costs up, both for rental and other housing, and it's just impossible to compete and even to create affordable housing because you have nothing to start with. And then you have 35,000 households that are rent overburdened as well, severely rent overburdened, paying more than half of their incomes for rent. So this is 2019 data. It's gotten worse. And we have been creating 180 to 200 affordable housing units. That's going to increase, but we need tools to be able to make that happen, and tools to help offset the fact that other folks from out of state are prospecting and grabbing buildings and properties right out from underneath us and turning them into non-affordable housing. So having the TIF revenue go towards the creation of affordable housing and targeting people experiencing homelessness would really increase Maine's ability to create affordable housing and supportive housing at a time it needs it both. Supportive housing is just service-enriched affordable housing, targeting populations that need it, like these long-term stayers. So not only is there unmet need, but using this TIF revenue specifically for the creation of affordable housing for homeless population would be a win-win. It's important, when I talked about those long-term stayers, this is a group that ricochets through our most expensive emergency systems. I just want to tell you the cost, because a lot of folks think, municipalities start thinking about what is it going to mean if we assign TIFs for these properties, we won't get the revenue. Well, here's the cost of not doing so. When people are homeless for a long period of time and they start ricocheting, the systems they touch are jails, hospitals, emergency rooms, police, fire, rescue, along with homeless shelters. And then folks that are outside still also cause strain on our economy as well. It costs $47,000 a year to have somebody in jail, $1,000 a day to have somebody in the emergency room, and people go on to stay in the hospital for days. And it costs almost $160,000 a year to have somebody in a psychiatric hospital. And so in contrast, it costs about $12,000 a year to have somebody in housing with support services. And that is obviously a more preferable way to go. Just the cost of the housing is less than keeping somebody in a homeless shelter. But just to talk about the folks that are ricocheting, we looked about 3 weeks ago now at a list of long-term stayers. We've been working on a by name list. We looked at 445 people. Part of the group were unhoused and part of the group were housed. And we compared that group as to who was in the hospital and who was in the jails. We found that there were 18.5 times higher likelihood of being in jail for the unhoused group than the housed group. That's a huge difference. And I showed you the costs above. And there was a 9 times higher incidence of hospitalization in the unhoused group versus the housed group. This is the same people. We've just been looking at them and following them. It's the group that's housed versus unhoused. And so the difference when we get somebody housed is enormous in terms of the systems they touch. It costs less to house them. It's better for the community. It's better for everyone. And we need to do something to end homelessness here. LD 953 would allow us to do this and actually increase the supply of affordable housing. I haven't even gone into workforce housing and the needs for that to support the economy. But just in terms of homelessness, this is enormous. So I hope that you will support this bill. And thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Moran. We have a question from Representative Perry.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony this morning. And I will start out before I get my question with a comment that you mentioned as summer comes and hotels are needed for tourists. there's going to be a crisis. We've already got a crisis here in Bangor because the state of Maine bought the Ramada Inn, filled it with homeless people from all over the state. Every day, Bangor police officers watch police officers from our surrounding communities run around Bangor looking where they can dump people off who are homeless or drug addicted or have other problems out in rural Maine, and they all become Bangor's problem. The city council this week voted that they will not be allowing tent cities here this year. We had a lot of that over the last year with the pandemic. So there is a crisis certainly already here in Bangor, Maine, and many of the service centers. And by large extent, we're picking up the slack for an awful large region of the state. Now, this is my question. I get a call from a constituent this past week who's been waiting for years for Section 8 housing. He's finally got the voucher, and he's been 90 days trying to find a place. He can't find anyone who will accept it. And after all these years of waiting, he tells me the voucher is going to expire if he can't find a place. Is that a situation that you're familiar with? And
yes, it's.
And what can be done to help someone who's currently in that situation?
Yes, great question, and you're spot on. The answer to the issue that you're describing is housing that is affordable and designed to be welcoming to homeless populations. That's the brilliance of this piece of legislation, because it creates both and it targets homeless populations to welcome them in. The problem that you're experiencing with people having Section 8 and being unable to use it is in Bangor, it's in Portland, but it's also all over the rest of the state. Every one of my colleagues in the field of homelessness is talking about this up the coast, in the center part of the state, way up north. It really is paramount. And the solution to it, which was your question, is to create affordable housing that welcomes in the population. Low-income housing tax credit properties, by design, end up bringing in people with rental subsidies. It works better for the properties. It is a place that they get to be used. And so that tends to be where people go. However, typical affordable housing has set the barrier high for welcoming people in. So people like you described, you're seeing in Bangor who have run-ins with the law and problems while they're homeless. I have to say, first of all, they tend to do really well in housing and not have those problems, as evidenced by those statistics I just gave you. But in order to get them in, it takes a nudge to affordable housing developers to say, please target some of this housing to welcome in homeless populations. You're going to have to look past poor rental histories or even run-ins with the criminal justice system for infractions that happen because they're homeless. But we need you to do that and welcome them in, because we know we're all better for doing that. So the solution is affordable housing that welcomes in the population. That takes more than a nudge. And it just doesn't happen naturally. Maine Housing is moving in the right direction to try to get more of this, but the TIF is going to be a tool that we need to actually create that housing, particularly in this market. So excellent question. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that. Additional questions from Representative Sachs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you, Mr. Ryan. I know you're a leader in the supportive housing model for those exactly those populations. So thank you so much for that. So one question that I've received from conversations is, does this mean that we are slowly expanding the definition of economic development to include social services? In your testimony, you referenced a wide range of substance use disorder or post-incarceration programs. All of those is that one of the questions around this bill is, when you say services, are you basically utilizing economic development funds to now incorporate really vital social service programs?
Well, you've hit the nail on the head. We need both. In order to create supportive housing, you need affordable housing, and then you also need support services to see that people will be successful in that housing and also successful in getting to that housing, because there's a lot of steps to get there. The services that are coming actually from other vehicles. There is a task force that's been working for 2 years with the HHS called the Medicaid Innovation Accelerator Program. And this has basically been designing a chapter of Medicaid, which is low barrier access designed to target populations that experience homelessness that ricochet through our most expensive emergency systems. And that chapter of MaineCare, which is basically an open up behavioral health home model in a low barrier approach to target the population, is going to allow service providers to bill for services to get people into housing and then to keep them in housing. That's the magic that creates supportive housing. That's coming. My understanding is it's coming by the fall, maybe by the early winter, but DHHS is on board. So we're starting to have all these pieces in place to have the housing, the support services, the affordability, to actually start doing dramatic things to end homelessness, which I've been spending a whole career wanting to see movement and change happen. And suddenly we have these resources that are coming into the state and people who are directing the right things at the right time to make all this happen. So
right, which I'm familiar with some of that network, which I'm thrilled about, again, as a policy person. But again, I'm trying to keep the scope to this bill, and that's the encompassing, and perhaps Senator Deschambault, when she comes for the work session, or you can just talk about. So this, to me, the bill seems to allow for that scope of expansion. So if I have a food pantry within my TIF district, or even a little bit outside, that potentially could be supported by TIF funds, because it's known as a service, supportive services, to help the homeless or those needing affordable housing. So again, I'm just trying to wrap my brain around the policy implications of doing so. Not that I'm opposed or against, I'm just trying to figure out the parameters of this bill.
I can work to better understand that, and certainly happy to come to the work session with what I find out. But I do believe that this contemplates both and does work to try to get the housing part going, particularly in targeting the homeless populations. That's the huge part. The services will be able to follow. And as to whether they're funded through this or not, I'd have to do more investigation.
Thanks so much.
We have a question from Representative Krajicek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Wright. Just a quick question. During the pandemic, as we all know, there had to be several times where we spoke about all the people that couldn't pay their rent. So we were giving them longer terms and not evicting them. Is that the case with people that were on Section 8, or were the people that were renting to Section 8 people, were they continuing to get their rent throughout the pandemic?
They certainly were. In fact, my organization, we were bracing ourselves for huge fallout from the pandemic, because we particularly target very vulnerable populations that need supportive housing, people with serious and persistent mental illness and substance use disorder and other complications. And what we found is that our population stayed put pretty well. They've had other issues during this pandemic, but it's not been their inability to pay rent, because the rental subsidy that comes with it essentially covers the portion that the tenant is unable to do. And so it's able to adapt to circumstances like a pandemic and say, okay, you've lost your job, and before you were paying this much, the rental subsidy will pick that up now until you're able to recapture that. And it keeps dialing it in according to the need so that the rent is stable. We sometimes have problems with tenants paying their portion of that, but that's an easier ride than landlords that have missed the entire portion. So I hope that that's helpful.
It does. Thank you very much.
Any additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us, Mr. Ryan. I will now hear from Greg Mitchell, followed by Representative Geer. Welcome, Mr. Mitchell. Good to see you.
Good morning, Senator Chipman and Representative Terry and members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Greg Mitchell. I'm the Director of Economic Development for the City of Portland. It's a position that I've held for the last 12 years. I have close to 4 decades of experience in the field of economic development, and most of which is in Maine, and that includes statewide experience. So I've got a huge vantage point as it relates to the use of the tax increment financing program. As you've heard from my colleagues and the previous speakers, tax increment financing, or TIF financing, is one of the most flexible tools available to municipal governments. And the bill that's before you today for discussion, the City of Portland is in support of this bill. This bill, if enacted, will enable municipalities through TIF districts, commercial TIF districts, to utilize TIF revenue both in and outside TIF districts to invest in affordable housing development for persons who are homeless. And as was previously stated, affordable housing is economic development. A comprehensive approach to economic development includes affordable housing. I want to be very clear about that. The city of Portland, let me give you one concrete example that the city of Portland is advancing and how this bill, if it's enacted, could support that initiative. As you're aware, the city, one of the largest municipality in Maine, shoulders a high level share of providing services to the homeless population. Due to the increased needs of the greater Portland homeless population, we've been advancing plans for a homeless service center for some time. And the latest proposal is on Riverside Street on a city-owned piece of property. We have active solicitations with private sector developers to partner with the city to construct a homeless service center that would be upwards of 200 beds. It would be open 24 hours, 7 days a week. It would provide on-site meals, a wide range of services, including health and mental care, substance abuse treatment, housing assistance, peer support, case management, employment, and more. The model today is the full wraparound services associated with the homeless population and to provide those services on site. That's the goal of this initiative. So in conclusion, kind of expanding use of district revenue to support these kind of initiatives, such as the City of Portland Homeless Service Center initiative, will improve the delivery of services to the homeless population. And with that, I'll conclude my remarks, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you being with us today. We will now hear from Representative Geer to speak in support of this bill, followed by Kate Foy from DECD. Welcome, Representative Geer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and distinguished members of the Committee on Taxation. I am Representative Tracy Geer. I represent House District 9, and I live in Kennebunkport, and I am here in support of LD 953. As a newly elected representative, I have been having a crash course in understanding Maine's housing crisis. And it is a crisis indeed. I'm certainly not going to, following Mr. Ryan, delve into the details of what's happening here. He is absolutely the authority on the situation we find ourselves in. Suffice it to say that I, in my role, am hearing every day from more constituents of all economic stripes who are struggling to find a place to live. They have a job, they cannot find a place to live. And two major dynamics are at play. One is that we're seeing, because of the pricing issues, increasing numbers of people falling into homelessness. The other dynamic is that average income people are absolutely being priced out of the market for housing based on rising rents and prices. And the thing that I really appreciate about this bill is that rather than setting those things up in competition, that we do one or we do the other, this creates a way to do both so that you can use your efforts in economic development, in building affordable housing in wherever part of Maine you're in, and use some of the TIF proceeds from that development to address the fundamental issue of more people falling into homelessness and providing the services that they need. So I really wanted to come out in support of this bill. Those dynamics are fundamentally economic development dynamics. They hurt our ability to build our workforce and our economy, and they hurt people who are unhoused, who have to focus on day-to-day survival and can't become contributing members of our communities because of that crisis that they're in. So I really wanted to say that if we keep doing what we've always done, we will get what we've always got. This is a bill that really promises to give us some new tools, and by allowing those TIF proceeds to be used for affordable housing development, homeless housing, and homeless services. As we've heard from several town and city managers today, they need all the tools they can get to drive this kind of sustainable housing development and to keep and build our communities in a diverse and inclusive way. And LD 953 is one of the tools that they need, and I urge you ought to pass on this bill. Thanks very much. And I have time for any questions if you have them.
Excellent. Thank you for being with us. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing no questions, appreciate your testimony today. We'll now hear from Kate Foy from DECD, followed by Kimberly Cook from the Maine Affordable Housing Coalition. Welcome, Ms. Foy. I think you're on mute, perhaps, it looks like, although.
Sorry, there we go. Sorry about that. Very jealous of the birds chirping in the background. Senator Chipman looks beautiful.
Down in North Carolina here visiting family, but thank
Yeah,
you.
sounds heavenly. I'm headed out on a road trip to Ohio this weekend to do a college visit. Not quite maybe as exciting as North Carolina. So good morning, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Kate Foy. I'm the Legislative Liaison for the Department of Economic and Community Development. I'm here today to speak in support of LD 953. The Maine Strategic Plan, which was released in 2019, had a vision for a diverse and sustainable economy for Maine with a great quality of life and good jobs for all Mainers, rests on two pillars of nurturing talent and supporting innovation. The goals of higher average wage, increased productivity, and movement of an additional 75,000 people into the Maine workforce cannot be reached without supportive infrastructure of high quality and accessible childcare, housing, and transportation. Increases in the cost of housing, particularly in southern and coastal Maines, are outpacing wages, a scenario that has been further exacerbated by the influx of real estate purchasing power since the onset of the pandemic. More production of affordable housing, both in the traditional definition of affordable and in the broader sense of being within reach of the local workforce, is needed to keep up with the demand and avoid displacement of workers within a broad wage scale. The strategic plan envisions solutions that are underway or proposed that include the expansion of the affordable housing tax credit and reforms of local land use laws that allow for higher density housing. It also envisions forging partnerships to address this issue. The Economic Recovery Committee recognized the continuing importance of this issue and on economic recovery and growth with its recommendations to develop robust housing policies and programs that enable Maine people to live and raise their families near their work. The report also calls for creating and preserving more affordable, efficient, and high-density housing options across the state through bonding, zoning, and land regulation. We appreciate Senator DeChambeau's efforts to find creative solutions to this challenging issue, and the department is pleased to support this legislation, but also has respectfully has one suggested change. MTIF rule states that to ensure to the greatest extent possible municipal control and responsibility for tax increment financing district, it is the intent of DECD to ensure that municipalities have the greatest possible access to municipal tax increment financing. We suggest making no other changes to the MTIF statute other than adding one project cost under MRS title, and you guys can read that in my testimony, to state costs related to capital costs of construction or developing of affordable housing as defined by MRS Title 30A, subsection 5246, the need for which is related to general economic development within the municipality or plantation. This will have the same impact as this bill. However, it will make the implementation more streamlined and easier for all who work with TIF statute. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Excellent. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Doesn't look like we have any questions. Thank you for being with us.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Senator DeChambeau.
Yes, we'll now hear from Kimberly Cook, followed by Vanessa Farr. Vanessa Farr from the Greater Portland Council of Governments. Welcome, Ms. Cook.
Good morning, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the committee. I am here this morning on behalf of the Maine Affordable Housing Coalition, and I suspect a little bit later this morning on behalf of the Mayor's Coalition to speak in favor of LD 953. The Maine Affordable Housing Coalition is a diverse coalition of more than 135 public and private sector organizations that includes developers, architects, engineers, builders, investors, community action programs, public housing authorities, service providers, advocates, all who are working to advance solutions that create and preserve affordable housing in Maine. MOC, as we often refer to the organization, strongly supports LD 953, which will create a new option for municipalities across the state that seek to support housing and services for Mainers experiencing homelessness or housing instability. Maine communities, as you all know, continue to struggle with a severe affordable housing problem. And yet the resources available to create affordable homes for Maine people is far too scarce. As you can see in the graph that I've attached to the testimony that you have, their average annual new affordable units is about 230 over the last 7 years in Maine. So that's only 230 units per year. And you've heard the thousands, tens of thousands of people who are on wait lists for vouchers or who have vouchers who can't find a place to use them. So LD 953 creates this new tool. And we support, I will note the amendments that Representative DeChambeau has worked with many who are in this field, technical amendments really, and we appreciate her attention to those details and with Maine Housing Authority's work as well to make any tweaks that are necessary so that this bill has no conflicts with the state's highly effective affordable housing TIF law. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or bring back additional information for your work session. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Do we have any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. Good to see you. We'll now hear from Vanessa Farr from the Greater Portland Council of Governments, followed by Eric Jorgensen. Welcome, Ms. Farr.
Good morning, Senator Chipman and honorable members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Vanessa Farr, and I'm a senior planner with the Greater Portland Council of Governments. This is also my first time testifying on behalf of legislation. Please accept this testimony on behalf of GPCOG in support of LD 953. We're grateful to Senator DeChambeau for bringing forward this opportunity to provide cities and towns with an effective tool to address housing affordability. GPCOG serves 30 member communities from Sebago Lake to Casco Bay and the County of Cumberland, helping member communities work together on the widest variety of issues. We're also the region's Metro Planning Organization, which extends our service territory into York County, including Saco and Biddeford. GPCOG also serves as the Portland Region's Economic Development District and provides leadership capacity to the recently formed Metro Regional Coalition, whose mission is to understand barriers to housing development and to make policy changes to remove those barriers. This legislation will do the following. It provides another effective tool to finance and build good projects in communities where the private sector economics alone are insufficient to justify construction of affordable housing. For municipalities like Bridgeton and Gray, where land costs and market rents are lower than places like Portland, offering an affordable housing TIF will help those towns to attract good housing projects where currently they're being skipped over. It would also help cities and towns fund development readiness, particularly with decommissioned buildings where abatement costs might just be too high to tackle renovation. Empty schools and churches in our communities can support local housing needs, but if the cost of those renovations cannot be supported by future rents because those rents are low, the buildings will continue to sit vacant. So simply put, if the math doesn't work for projects, developers just won't build the affordable senior and workforce housing in the communities that are needing it the most. In addition, this legislation will incentivize the construction of affordable housing where the real estate market is overheated. Unless there's a financial incentive to build affordable units in these places, developers will continue to build market rate housing because that's what the real estate market will absorb. It will also help our aging population to find affordable housing. I think you've heard Colin Ryan testify that we have long wait lists. Those wait lists have been in place before COVID-19 and the influx of out-of-staters. So this legislation will also help to boost the construction of housing that is much needed for this population. And finally, it will improve housing security for our most vulnerable populations. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, multiple moves have been associated with adverse mental health, educational, and behavioral outcomes in children, and a diminished physical and mental health in adulthood. Homelessness has been linked with multiple adverse health outcomes for children, including fair and/or poor health and developmental risk. So this legislation will create yet one more tool in our toolkit to tackle what is not just an urban issue or a suburban issue, but a human issue. The more tools we empower our communities with, the greater their chances of success. For all these reasons mentioned, we ask you to support LD 953. I really appreciate this opportunity to testify. I thank you for the opportunity, and I'm available to assist in any way in the advancement of this legislation. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate you being with us today. We will now hear from Eric Jorgensen, who's here to speak in support of the bill. And following Mr. Jorgensen, we'll conclude the public hearing on this bill, and we will go into the public hearing on LD 659, hearing from the sponsor, Representative Toole. Welcome, Mr. Jorgensen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I really just wanted to say that we are completely in support of this, and I wasn't planning on testifying in person because I've submitted a couple of comments, but I really didn't want my absence to be interpreted as ambivalence. I think that in this case, the arguments that have been made by everybody who's spoken already, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Bennett, Ms. Foy, Mr. Mitchell, everyone who's been here, I just think that this is a really important bill. It adds to the toolbox. We were very involved. Our legal department at Maine Housing was very involved with the working on this amendment that was presented today. And I think the amendment reflects all that effort. And I think we just really wanted to make sure that the economic development TIF statute grooves well with the housing TIF statute. So, and I think it does with this, and we're just happy to help in any way. Maine Housing is happy to help in any way. And I guess I didn't introduce myself. I'm Eric Jorgensen, Director of Government Relations for Maine Housing. So thank you very much for indulging me, and I'm going to disappear unless you have questions.
Excellent, thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you being with us today. Excellent. So that concludes the testimony on LD 953. So we will close the public hearing on that bill, and we will now open up the public hearing on LD 659, being sponsored by Representative Toole. So we'll hear from the sponsor if he's with us, followed by those who want to speak in support of the bill. Is Mr. Representative Toole with us?
Thank you. I'll leave now. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I don't see him on. I did try to get a hold of him earlier and didn't hear from him.
Okay, so should we go on to the next bill, Representative Terry, and try to track him down?
I don't think we have anybody here for that either. I believe that's
Representative Ordway?
Representative Ordway. Yeah, so we're looking.
Well, he can come on. He just asked me to let him know.
Okay, great. And we're just missing Representative Toole altogether. We can't find him.
Yeah, I can try and call the House Minority Office and see if they can get a hold of him.
That would be awesome, if you wouldn't mind. And if Representative Ordway is here, or if you could grab him first, that would be great.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ted. Yes.
Representative Toole is in the building. He's always in the building.
Okay. Yeah, so the minority office should be able to find him. Thank you, Ted. Thank you.
We'll just be at ease momentarily waiting for Representative Ordway to come on, who our clerk is contacting now, and then we'll have the public hearing on that bill, which is LD 1174, and then we'll come back to LD 659 once we're able to track down Representative Toole.
Want to give it an official 5 so people can get up and stretch their legs if they need to? So back here at 10:50.
Yeah, let's come back at 10:50. I've actually got to sign off myself for a little bit, but Representative Terry will continue running our public hearings when we come back.
Sounds great.
That's okay with everyone? Excellent.
4 minutes.
Mr. Chair,
Let's go ahead, Representative Kryzak.
when you come back, could you bring some more wildlife from that area?
Yeah, it's interesting.
I second that.
I hear Representative Toole's in criminal justice right now. They're trying to track him down.
Okay, thank you very much.
I got a text from Mr. Jorgensen. You know, I guess he thought initially that this was like a background that I'd put up on the screen. That's actually where
I did too. I did too until
sitting on
you
the
said where you were.
So, anyway, no, I'm glad
Okay,
people.
Representative Ordway's coming on,
Yeah. Okay, great.
or he should be. I just promoted him, but not seeing him.
Wasn't sure if the birds would be too disruptive, but people seem to like them. So
It's actually nice.
Really nice. If we could actually just wait another 3 minutes, because we did offer everybody to stretch their legs. So that'd be great. Thank you for joining us, Representative Ordway. We'll be right with you.
Thank you. So I have the window open in my office and I thought it was birds outside here, but apparently it's Senator.
I'll try to bring them back with me when I get back next weekend.
You could video the background and then use it as your background from then on. You'll have the birds and everything. It's beautiful.
That's a good idea.
All right, we should get started. let's see. We are ready for the public hearing for LD 1174, an act to allow municipalities to send separate tax bills for municipal, county, and school taxes, sponsored by Representative Ordway. Welcome, Representative Ordway. Thank you for waiting for us.
No problem. Sorry for being late. I was in a different committee. Good morning, Senator Pittman and Representative Terry and distinguished members of the Taxation Committee. I'm back. Hopefully this goes a little better than my last bill. It's a short bill. I did a word count, it's 121 words. I hope it's the easiest thing you have to deal with this year. Some background on this bill. It's not designed to be anything more than to encourage participation in local school budgets. My background on it is that I served on the school board, and I heard from constituents on the school board, we don't have enough funding for education. When I served on the town council, the taxes were too high. And of course, in the legislature, we know that we all hear that 55%, and we hear it all the time. So in those positions, I try to come up with a way for people to see exactly what they're spending. This would be an optional, not a mandatory to any town or municipality. If they wanted to send a separate tax bill so that people could see exactly what was happening with their school budget, they could. And I think it would maybe wake some people up. Here at SAD 6, it's 5 towns in the district. I serve on the Budget Advisory Committee, and I'm not here to oppose any school budget. I have never opposed a budget in all my time, 12 years serving on this committee. So it's not about that. It's about getting people to participate. 5 towns, $49 million budget. When we come to a budget advisory vote every year, that $49 million budget is put out by an average of 50 people. So my goal is to get more people involved, see what's actually happening in the schools, see where the money's going, get involved, and have some options. It's not for every town. Some towns have great participation. It's just leaving it up to the option. So with that, like I said, it's a relatively simple bill, not mandatory for anybody. With that, I'll end and answer any questions if I can.
Thank you very much, Representative Ordway. It looks like we have a question from Representative Kryzak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to see you, Representative Ordway. I have a question. My town, one of my towns, when we get our tax bill, it breaks it down. It says, here's your total bill, and this much of your tax bill goes to municipal, and this much of it goes to education. Is that not the common practice throughout the state?
I believe it is. I believe it is. My point is it doesn't seem to work. Doesn't seem to make people, other than they just want to yell at the town council that my taxes are too high. Yeah, and it works both ways. Just like I said, it would just be a tool that municipalities could use to maybe raise some awareness, see where it's really going.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to be clear, some towns do already use that tool, correct? This would just make it so it would be a legal maneuver for them. Is it not legal at the moment?
It is not.
Yeah, okay.
It is in different states. When I went to the revisor's office with this, the woman there, she knew how to write it up because she had lived in another state that did this. The statute says that you can't separate municipal and county. So those two always have to stay the same. And I'm not looking to change that.
So would this just put it on your bill that this is where your money is going, or it would allow the towns to charge separately for things? I'm a little unclear.
Two separate bills.
Two separate bills.
Amen.
So a resident could in fact choose to pay one side of their bill and not another, or find themselves in arrear on the other?
Yes, they would be in arrears and subject to non-payment of taxes. I'm not,
Okay.
definitely not looking for anybody to get out of paying their taxes.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you very much. Looks like we have a question from Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Ms. Chair, and good to see you, Representative Waldway. Mine's more of a statement. So this could also point out areas like, I know in my small town, we have a huge school budget, but actually the town, has a really small budget and that is underfunded in a lot of areas, like road maintenance and stuff. And, this could be a tool for them to point out how underfunded some areas might be as well. Not just isolate, what might be, what some people feel would be bloated, but.
And I could agree. Believe me, when I went on the school board, I was going to get that budget, that bloated budget. They're blowing money everywhere. Once I got involved, I knew that it was a straight up legit budget. And like I said, I've never opposed the final budget.
I agree.
Representative Perry, you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for presenting your bill today. And your testimony made me think back that I believe this vote that goes out to the public goes back about 15 years ago when the state implemented the essential programs and services school funding formula. It was also in connection with the voters passing the initiative that came forward from Maine Municipal Association for 55% school funding. And I believe, if my memory is right, the way this lays it out, the school board has to vote on the budget. Then the school board has to vote and acknowledge they're exceeding essential programs and services. If they are, in many schools, that line for essential programs and services was drawn well below where their budgets were to begin with. Then the city council, at least here in Bangor, has to vote to approve the budget. Then we have to have a separate vote to acknowledge we're surpassing essential programs and services. Then we have to put it out to a public vote in June at a high expense that very few people show up for, and it's passed overwhelmingly. Do you think the bigger issue could be that this mechanism that's only been around for about 15 years has never really worked, and we ought to consider just scrapping a public vote? There are ways for people of municipalities to push back, if they think things are out of hand.
Well, that's the infamous LD1 that was. No, I'm not in favor of scrapping I'll tell you what, the public vote, we get some turnout. Now, I'm talking a big school district. It's probably the fourth, I think it's the fourth biggest district in the state here. In that budget, that validation piece, 40, 50, 60 people show up for that out of 5 towns. So I want to encourage more people to get involved with this budget, see what's going on. I'm not so sure about scrapping LD1. It needs work, believe me. I know with essential services, the formula changes, and be glad you're on taxation and not on education when that one comes up.
So it's just a quick follow-up. I think that vote was always a way to keep budgets in check, keep them from getting out of hand. But quite frankly, I think it's a threat to the city council that if they won't go along with the school budget, and the school board know that the citizens will always back them up and override the city council if it ever came to that. So I'm not sure if the tool is to keep a cap on these budgets, that if it ever push came to shove, that it would work out.
I believe the push does come to shove in some towns.
And it would too in a SAD where it's 5 towns. I mean, that really comes into play. I could point to Representative Terry's district where I think it works pretty good in the city of Gorham. I'm often jealous of the schools down in Gorham.
can come hang out with us anytime, Representative Ordway.
I'll tell you, on a side note, over 700 volunteers in the Gorham schools compared to 50 in my district.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm jealous.
yeah. Sorry. Representative Sachs has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Representative Ordway.
Good morning.
My town is much like my RSU, so 3 little towns all together. And like Representative Kryzak, we break out the municipal, county, and school budgets on the tax bill. Having been a city councilor, I am wondering if you know, would municipalities opt in because they then have to have the expense of printing and sending 2 tax bills? If the point of this is for education, as you say, of trying to make people aware, we often talk about how 75% of our tax burden easily is school, sometimes 80%. So do you feel like municipalities will opt into this extra expense for an educational component?
I can't speak for everyone. I did poll my town council and they would. They would. I don't think the expense would be that great. It's all computer generated now and it'd be for mailing, I guess.
Right. We've had some pushback about, for example, about our extra mailings for XYZ. So just wondered if you had done any, again, maybe our municipalities are differently sized, but there's been some pushback about just sort of an additional for the cost benefit of additional information. So thank you for doing that research.
And again, it would be an option. The municipality would not have to do this. They could keep doing whatever they've been doing forever.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions for Representative Ordway? Seeing none, thank you very much. You're welcome to stick around and listen in. Let's see. It doesn't look like we have anybody testifying in favor of. So we'll jump straight into those opposed, starting with John Kaczynski from the Maine Educational Association, followed by Victoria Wallach from Maine School Management Association. So thank you, Avery.
Hello, Representative Terry, Senator Chipman, other esteemed members of the Taxation Committee. My name is John Kaczynski. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Education Association to oppose the bill before you. I take no, Representative Ordway is a friend. I take no glee here in opposing this bill, but we do have deep concerns about it, and this leads us to a position of opposition. We're very concerned that this could lead to the further politicization of school funding in our state. We see that in some communities already, deeply concerned that this is just going to further exacerbate that. Representative Ordway shared with us his own journey of being elected to the school board and wanting to go after that school budget and then seeing every penny being well spent. And that happens in a lot of communities. I heard a lot today as well about public participation, and I don't see how this bill furthers that at all. Heard Representative Perry talk a lot about the current process in place. In many communities, there is tremendous participation. In places where you're not seeing participation, I would assume that things are probably going well in those communities. But here where I live in Brunswick, I've probably had my door knocked 8 or 10 times over the past year by somebody who wants to talk about the school budget. I've gone out and knocked doors myself to talk about school budgets. I think there is already robust avenues for public participation. And I really struggle to see how this bill will lead to any further increases in that. I want to flag too, Representative Terry brought up a good point, which I didn't reference in my written testimony, but we are concerned about separate bills and what that might mean if you pay your municipal and county taxes, but yet you fall arrears in your school taxes. I'm just concerned about that. And I think Representative Ordway mentioned, 55%. We hear a lot about that. I'm going to mention it again because the state has still not met its obligation to schools. So this seems to be putting a further spotlight on school funding when the state itself hasn't lived up to its commitment to voters or students as voters requested in 2004 and 2016. So for all those reasons, happy to answer any questions. but would ask the committee to vote ought not to pass on this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaczynski. Does anyone have any questions? Representative Kryzak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't see how this is going to cause any problems. In one of my towns, we actually have a separate vote for the school budget and the town budget. And now because of the pandemic, it's actually, you have to go and fill out a ballot. Normally it's a town meeting. So getting the information out to more people that the greatest part of the budget every year is the education and getting them to know about it, especially in my district where probably 80%, maybe more, are over 55 and don't have children in the school department in school, for them to understand what's going on and maybe get more volunteers once they understand what is going on. Town meeting usually for the school budget is all the people that are involved in the school, whether it be the staff or the parents would show up. And then the municipal budget, all the people that are in town that have concerns about whether we have an ambulance or whether the roads are being done would show up. So average would be 50 people at each town meeting out of the total amount. So just getting more information out, I don't see that that's going to be politicizing the problem. It's just getting more information out. Could you answer to that?
Absolutely. Thank you, Representative Kryzak. I agree with about 99% of what you said. And what I would say is that the public budget process is the way for people to get engaged, to get involved, and to get educated about school funding. And that's happening all over the state right now. Where we shouldn't further highlight that is once the decision has been made, why would we send separate tax bills? Why would there be a separate tax bill? Specifically with the piece that Representative Terry raised, what if someone says, oh, okay, I don't mind paying my municipal taxes, but these school taxes, I'm going to wait on those a little bit because I didn't support that budget. It just seems to be unnecessary. The time and the place for community engagement and input is already robust. Many of these municipalities, we have high turnout because the entire city is voting on the school budget. We would say the time for that discussion is during those debates, not once the community has decided, and that we're going to send out a separate tax bill to highlight how expensive it is to educate kids in our state.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions for Mr. Kaczynski? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate seeing you.
Thank you.
Next up is Victoria Wallach. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning still. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, Senator Pouliot, it was nice to see you. And members of the Taxation Committee, I am Victoria Wallach, Director of Communications and Government Relations for the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association in opposition to LD 1174. And Representative Ordway, we appreciate your service on the school board and appreciate your perspective, but we disagree with you on this bill. The process for passing a local school budget is well defined in law, and it requires a transparent process in the setting of the budget that includes the budget hearings, the public hearings, the budget meeting votes, and the voter approval. So as already was discussed, there are multiple opportunities here for the voters to be engaged. After the public approves the budget, the mill rate is set, and it's in Title 36, and it already requires the property tax bills, as mentioned, to indicate the percentage of property taxes distributed going to education and local and county government. The notion of sending out 3 tax bills for the municipal, county, and school obligation will be confusing and cumbersome. And it seems to come with a political message since it's already been approved, and politics at that stage is inappropriate, we believe. It also would be more costly to municipalities. The requirement that a community financially support its public schools after a well-defined process of public discussions and votes is rooted in state law and Maine's Constitution. We understand there is taxpayer fatigue, and we have to fight that all the time by trying to sell our budgets wherever we can in terms of explaining it. But it puts us in a position of trying to best serve all the students in our district while keeping the community on our side in support of public education. So the job gets harder when the taxes go up, but it is our job to educate children. It's a balancing act not well served by what's being proposed in this legislation, and we urge its defeat. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Wallach. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Excellent. We have nobody else speaking, neither for nor against, or in favor of or against. So this closes the public hearing on LD 1174. Thank you, Representative Ordway, for bringing it to us. We'll see you at the work session. Excellent. It looks like we are ready for Representative Toole. It looks like he's with us. Yes, Avery?
Just promoted him.
Terrific. Thank you so much. So let's open up the hearing on, there we go, on, let's see, LD 659, an act to ease the property tax burden by authorizing municipalities to require payments in lieu of taxes from certain exempt organizations, and that is sponsored by Representative Toole. Welcome, Representative Toole.
Well, good morning, Representative Terry, and I do want to apologize to the committee for being betwixt and between. When I submitted my testimony last night, I did not apparently hit the present it in person option. So you do have my written testimony, and my name is Will Toole. I represent the Machias Bay area plus Lubec and Eastport down in Washington County, and it is my pleasure to present this bill today on behalf of municipalities in the area that are absolutely crushed by escalating property taxes and valuable properties either moving off the tax rolls or moving into reduced property tax brackets. And I know this committee has had this bill before. I've presented or bills similar to it before, and under no illusions as to where it's going. I know there are compelling arguments from the nonprofit community that will argue that they do some great work within the local communities. And I'm not disputing that, nor am I singling any group of nonprofits out, which is why this bill is the way it is written. So what this actually, my intent behind this legislation is to get towns and nonprofits at the table discussing options to pay in lieu of taxes. If they can't come to an agreement, then the town would have the option of putting out to the voters whether or not they believe they should have a special nonprofit tax rate. So that's generally the gist behind it. It gets Augusta, I said in my written testimony, it gets Augusta out of the business of judging the rightness or wrongness of whether this nonprofit or that one should be taxed or not taxed or at what level. It puts it at the local level, and based on discussions between the community and honestly the nonprofit's ability to articulate their mission within the community. So again, I'm under no illusions as to where this was going. I'd be lying if I said I was, but I do have myself and Senator Moore and others from Washington County have had numerous conversations and meetings with municipal groups about this issue for the last couple of years, and beyond that, it's gone longer and further back than that. It's a bigger and more complicated issue than one would think. I know we have towns where oceanfront property is snapped up and put into conservation or what have you. We have situations where various other nonprofits buy properties and use them as residences, but because they're nonprofit properties, they are getting the taxes are, income is not coming in. And ideally, it would be great if revenue sharing were increased, but even with that, towns are losing a lot of revenue that they should be getting, and that's falling on the backs of people that really can't afford to be paying these higher taxes. So I know it's a complicated issue, and I'm sorry for rambling on a bit here, but I do want to thank you for the opportunity to present today and come before you, and would be happy to answering any questions a stab, or now or at a later point.
Thank you very much, Representative Toole. And we all, I think, are feeling the pain of committee hopping these days. So I thank you for the apology. Not necessary, though. Does anyone have any questions for Representative Toole? Seeing none, thank you so much. You're welcome to see in our Zoom screen while.
I would love to, but I have to go to criminal justice to present yet another bill.
All right. Well, terrific. Good luck to you then.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Next, we have on our list of registrants, nobody speaking in favor of this bill. We do, however, have those speaking against. First up is Dan Walker. Welcome, Mr. Walker.
Hi, Representative Terry. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Well, nice to see everybody. So I have two clients on this, and they're similar clients. It's the Maine Association of Independent Schools, who is made up of all of the K through 12, or many of the K through 12 independent schools in the state, and also the Maine Independent Colleges Association, which is made up of the 11 nonprofit colleges. Their testimony kind of I provided separate testimony. So why don't I kind of just jump into it? And can you give me a little extra, and I'll overlap them though, because there's a lot of the similar issues.
Sure.
Okay. So my name is Dan Walker. I'm with Pretty Flaherty in Augusta. I live in Freeport, and I represent Mace and Micah. And I'll start with Mace. So Mace is a diverse. It's made up of a diverse group of schools from all over the state, dating back to the 18th century. Berwick Academy was founded in the late 1700s. We have 23 members in our group, and there's varied missions, and there's newer schools and older schools. We educate about 9,000 students, pre-K through grade 12, with 4,600 publicly funded and 4,400 privately funded students. But they're all accredited under NEASC. 659, as you've heard, would permit municipalities to adopt an ordinance to impose an impact fee on certain property that is tax exempt, unless they enter the schools or nonprofits enter into a pilot. This doesn't recognize truly the importance to the community, both financially and culturally, of the independent schools and colleges, for that matter. These schools have a tremendous impact on their host communities and regions. Over 2,200 people are employed in independent schools. They pay over 120 million in salaries and benefits, and over 350 million is contributed to the Maine economy. And all the schools permit use of their facilities, they either for a nominal fee or they just give it away. So we think that for all of that the value of these schools, both from a cultural perspective to the actual financial perspective, to it be a job center, all of that outweighs the benefit of a property tax. And by requiring them to pay, something that's become effectively a property tax would hurt the quality of education. It's taking funds that should be going into educating our children and shifting it. And it's taxing schools that function much like public high schools for these town academies, but they're technically a nonprofit. So it's basic, and they're providing a public service, and it's taxing them. And we're not taxing schools. We're not taxing the University of Maine. We're not taxing the University of Maine at Machias, but we'd be taxing Washington Academy, which is in Representative Toole's district. So there's another issue here, and that's if municipalities are allowed to collect service charges from nonprofits or from the community, but they have to do so, and they're allowed to do that under current law. They can do it for sewer, they can do it for water, they can do it for trash collection. Nothing prevents them from doing this. But the trick is they have to treat everybody the same if they're going to do it. They can't just go after the nonprofit. So I want to tack real quick onto the college side of it. So from the Maine Independent Colleges Association, there are 11 private nonprofit colleges and universities throughout Maine. In the past, and when I've testified, I've said 10, but we have a new school that's joined us, which is the Rue Institute of Northeastern, which is now a member of MICA. MICA, much like the independent K through 12 schools, are an economic force in the state. They employ over 6,000 Maine workers. The payroll is in excess of 340 million. They have direct expenditures of over 615 million, and their economic impact is well over $1 billion. And they provide much charitable services to these communities. So again, I just want to repeat these issues because it's the same issues, and then I'll be quiet. So it's an issue. So a impact fee, which is really a disguised property tax, would only hurt access to higher education and workforce training, which is desperately needed in this day and age. Two, we believe the value of colleges in these communities for the state and all the benefits they provide outweigh the value of a property tax obligation. For example, I'll just give two quick examples. College of the Atlantic in Bar Harbor. It was founded to combat Mount Desert Island's cyclical, seasonal economy down there. And so it was created to create something that went around year round. It's been a huge it has a huge economic impact for Bar Harbor and the island. And if you've noticed what's going on up at Colby in Waterville lately, they've invested $50 million into Waterville's downtown. They've revived the downtown, and it's just what they've done down there is amazing. There's new student housing, there's a new hotel, there's new businesses down there that are directly related to that. You want me to wrap it up? Okay. One more, colleges reverse brain drain. And again, they provide services that the state would have to offer if it weren't for them. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Walker? Representative Kryzak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can understand what you're saying as a former owner of a private school for over 25 years, but I was for-profit and I paid my real estate taxes. But I also used the town services. I've had have the fire department, the ambulance, and other departments within the town service my school. So I don't understand where tuition for private schools is so much more than public schools, why you don't think it's fair and equitable for a private school to pay real estate taxes to the community they're in and help them support the services that they're using.
Well, first of all, thank you for that question, Representative Kryzak. First of all, in many instances, that there isn't for the town academies, it isn't more. The tuition is not more at these schools, and it's very affordable. And I went to George Seams Academy on the Blue Hill Peninsula, and it was the public school for the whole peninsula. Washington Academy is the public school for all of those schools. And so I think what we're saying is that they give so much back to the community in so many other ways: use of facilities, charitable works. Some of them, have taken buildings off of the property tax rolls anyway and they provide so many other things. They provide a cultural hub that value outweighs the value that it's a trade there that of what they're providing to the community. And also specifically for fire, for sewer, for those types of things, communities can collect fees from nonprofits, but they have to do it in a way that is associated with how much that costs. And it also is associated with, and it has to be evenly spread out over everybody. But you can't be a property tax.
A follow up, Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
So let's just stick with fire. So you're saying right now, the town of Berwick could charge Berwick Academy for the use of the fire department? And what would the town have to do? Base it on per capita? So to divide the amount that the fire department cost and per person in the town, and then charge that school for how many students they have? And is that what's in law now? I just don't understand.
No, what's in law now, I believe, and I see Jeff Austin's coming after me, who has previous experience in this, but I think he can follow up on this as well. But under law, you can create fire districts, and then you will assess a fee of all of the users of the fire department. But you can't just have a fire department that's funded on, say, tax dollars, and then assess a separate fee for a nonprofit. So you create the fire district.
If a nonprofit's not paying any fees to the municipality that they're living in, if they wanted to charge them for the fire department use, then they would have to charge every person in that town or city a fee at the same time, just because they're charging the nonprofit a fee?
Well, you'd back out everybody else's fees, create a fire district, and then have everyone pay a fair charge for the fire district.
So in order to charge a fee for the fire department to a nonprofit, we would also have to charge it to every other person in the municipality. Is that correct?
They already get charged right now. So you'd have
to pull it out.
You pull it out of their property tax.
Okay. Okay. So they're paying.
And you put it into each charge as part of the fire.
So it is already legal to charge a private school that's a nonprofit for whatever it costs the town to service that school.
Exactly. But it has to relate to how much the service is, and it has to be even for everybody in the community.
How do you figure that out? If I'm paying property tax and it includes the fire department, and I don't use the fire department, I mean, how do you break that down so that we're all being charged the same thing? I mean, when you have a private school that has, hundreds of students, you're definitely going to use more of the municipality's resources than somebody in a single home.
Correct. And I think it would be based, on square footage. I think that's how I've seen it done in the past with other fire districts, I believe.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Mr. Walker? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up is Jeff Austin, followed by Jeff Romano. Welcome, Mr. Austin.
Good morning, Representative Terry. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Representative Terry, members of the committee, my name is Jeff Austin. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Hospital Association to speak in opposition to the bill. We've provided you our testimony. It's rather lengthy testimony. It's testimony that's in your committee's files. We have amended it slightly, as we do every session when this comes around, but let me run through essentially the headings of my testimony, because that's probably all the time I have in 3 minutes. But first, I respect where Representative Toole is coming from. He's trying to help his communities in Washington County, and I respect him for standing up for them, but we do oppose the legislation. First, like any business, if our expenses go up, which is what would happen, I don't know how much, but by millions, we would have to find a way to cover those costs. Our customers in this case are sick people. So essentially you're creating a tax on sickness, a tax on sick people. Healthcare is probably expensive enough as it is. Adding millions of dollars in additional cost through this bill, it is probably unwise. We believe we earn our exemption. There's a number of arguments we make for that. Charity care, which is care provided to poor people in every community in the state of Maine, is one of the leading things we do. It's gone down with Medicaid expansion, and we appreciate that, but it is still in the millions of dollars, free care to people who can't afford it in communities across the state of Maine. That does not include all the money we don't collect as bad debts. In Maine, we don't really put people in bankruptcy. That's not gone on here. I'm not in your committee a lot. Let me pause and say, in Maine, all 36 hospitals are nonprofit. That's not true across the country, and I'll talk about that more. But all of our hospitals are nonprofit and would be governed by this bill. We subsidize the state. The Medicaid program does not pay its way. The federal government forces us to calculate. It's not just lobbyists spin. We have to calculate the Medicaid underpayment every year and report that on our tax return. It's well over $150 million. We essentially operate as a large private taxing authority. We have to raise commercial insurance rates in order to cover our Medicaid losses. If we didn't exist, the government would have to probably create us. Across the country, probably 1 in 5 hospitals is government owned and operated. In big cities, they're city hospitals, and in counties, they're county-run hospitals. We don't have that in Maine. So if we didn't exist, I think we're fairly clearly solidly saying that this is a government service that would otherwise have to be provided if we weren't there. In Maine, hospitals do care for all under their nonprofit mission. They don't pick and choose. There are such things as for-profit hospitals in the world. We don't have them. We work with our municipalities. Sometimes I think people point to services and think it's a service to us when we think it's a service to the municipality. For example, when the police pick up someone in a mental health crisis who really needs housing, which was one of your earlier bills, they don't need to be in a hospital, they need housing. That's not what we do, yet we accept these folks. We think that's a service we provide to the towns. The whole pandemic has illustrated that Maine does not have a local public health infrastructure. It's the hospitals who have had to step up and step in and create these vaccination clinics because we don't have big city type public health agencies. We pay taxes to the state. You don't see the tax. It doesn't really come through your committee. It really only comes through appropriations every 2 years. But we pay a tax of around 123 million to the state. It's 150 million, 15 million now, but you just raised it in your biennial budget. You had a PNMI bill where they talked about how in the aggregate, they were held harmless, but on a PNMI by PNMI basis, there was some winners and losers. In the aggregate, we are not held harmless. We lose money, significant money, about 23 million a year. Nobody has done a bill like this that I'm aware of in the country. To the extent there are mandatory pilots in the country, they're typically focused on government. Big state government entities like a university or an airport. They're typically not focused on the nonprofit communities, which don't really own that much relative to government. Wrapping up, we need to be solvent. The question is, what do we do with our margins? Do you pocket it and give it to investors, or do you plow it back into your services in the form of charity care, subsidizing Medicaid, pandemic response? We appreciate municipalities. We think things like the 55% law and municipal revenue sharing are important, and those laws should be honored and fulfilled before new laws are passed. I've been the lobbyist for the Hospital Association for 10 years. In 10 years, 4 hospitals have closed. Washington County, where Representative Toole is from, has 2. One just went into bankruptcy and essentially didn't come out. The neighboring hospital in Washington County will be absorbing it. We're big, we're expensive, but we're pass-through entities. The money comes in the door and it goes right out. There is not a pot of money to pay these bills, so it would be a burden on us and our patients. So I appreciate you indulging me and giving me a few extra minutes to run through my lengthy testimony. But with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Mr. Austin. Anybody have any questions?
Sorry, my lighting is bad.
Oh, that's okay. Representative Kryzak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to be clear, I didn't vote for that $15 million increase on your taxes. I know the problems you folks are having. I dealt with at-risk youth in my school, and when you were not being reimbursed by Medicare for years, some of the places that I could send my students in crisis had to close because they weren't being reimbursed, and they have never opened up again. But I think this is broader than hospitals and schools. An example will be when I was a selectman, a person in town had passed and had a lot of back taxes, and the folks that got the land when he died lived in another part of the country and wanted nothing to do with it. So they asked if they could give it to the town in lieu of paying taxes on it. And the town is not into real estate, so we didn't accept it. So a nonprofit took it over and then came in and wanted not to pay taxes. So my feeling and my understanding, if I'm wrong, please correct me, is more along the lines of this waterfront land where somebody's got it, but they also have a nonprofit. So they're building a house on the ocean and they're getting a tax break from the town. I may be wrong, but my feeling is that's not what Representative Toole is after, is coming after hospitals or schools. Am I misunderstanding the bill?
Well, I don't know about, I can't read Representative Toole's mind, but the language is fairly clear that we would be covered by the bill. Hospitals would be covered. I don't know the circumstances of that case, but what it sounded like to me is if the nonprofit had not accepted the property and developed it and made an investment in the community, you would have taken it anyway under foreclosure. It was going to be yours until a nonprofit said, we'll take it and invest in your community, which I would think is a good thing. But I don't know the circumstances of that case. But yeah, we believe we are covered by this bill. We meet the criteria established in the bill to have to pay the tax.
Okay, would it be possible during the work session if you could come up with a way that this would work for situations like Representative Toole presented when he was in his testimony, where nonprofits are buying oceanfront land and building a home and not paying real estate tax, as opposed to taxing your hospital folks?
Well, I'm happy to work with you at the work session. I need to know more about the home. I mean, residential properties are taxable in the state of Maine. If it's a residence, if people are owning and occupying it for a residential purpose, I believe it is taxable and not exempt. But I'm obviously happy to work with you at a work session. If I'm here, I'm like everybody else, I'm in 4 committees right now.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Mr. Austin? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Representative Terry.
Thank you. Next up is Jeff Romano from Maine Coast Heritage Trust, and following Mr. Romano will be Meg Helming.
Great, thank you. Representative Terry and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. My name is Jeff Romano. I'm here to provide testimony on behalf of Maine Coast Heritage Trust in opposition to this bill. While LD 659 would target all tax-exempt nonprofit landowners, much of the debate in recent years has focused on the perceived negative impact that land trusts have on municipal property tax burdens. Too often, these conclusions have been based on misinformation and without a consideration of why conservation land should be eligible for tax exemption. I appreciate this opportunity to set the record straight. First, many assume all nonprofit-owned property is automatically tax exempt. The example that was just raised about a home, for example, that would not qualify for property tax exemption. It needs to be done for for tax exempt purposes under the law, either charitable and benevolent or scientific and literary. So just the fact that a nonprofit owns property does not automatically make it tax exempt. Land trust properties do qualify for tax exemption, but most often we choose not to apply for tax exemption. So based on a census that we did of Maine Land Trust in 2019, we found that on the more than 2.6 million acres conserved by land trusts, roughly 95% remains on the tax roll. So that land isn't tax exempt. These lands are enrolled in one of the state's current use tax programs like tree growth or farmland and open space. These are the very same programs that are also used by large forest landowners, small woodlot owners, and farmers throughout the state. Nearly 4% was tax exempt, but the land trust was making a payment in lieu of taxes that was equal to what the property would have paid if it were enrolled in one of those current use programs. And so of the 2.6 million acres, only 1.3% of land trust lands were tax exempt and no pilots were being paid. That accounted for about 35,000 acres statewide. In the ongoing debate about land trusts and property taxes, we often lose sight of why land trusts should be eligible for tax exemption. Thanks to land trust, Maine people and visitors have access to more than 1,200 miles of hiking trails, hundreds of miles of biking trails, motorized recreational trails, over 200 beaches and swimming areas, 200 boat launch sites, and more than 90% of land trust conserved lands are open for hunting. As we've seen over the past year in particular, these assets are critically important destinations to support physical and mental health, providing easy access to the outdoors close to where people live. And as an aside, early on in the pandemic, state parks largely were closed in the state. Land trusts stayed open, and this is where people flocked when they needed to get to the outdoors. Land trusts also support the state's traditional natural resource-based industries. More than 85% of acres land trusts have conserved are working forest lands. 36,000 acres are working farmlands. There are 7 working waterfront properties and more than 60 properties that guarantee access for clamming, worming, and commercial fishing. At the same time, many of these properties offer amenities that help our tourism sector attract visitors to our state. So the economic benefits of these properties are significant. We understand that Maine municipalities are facing fiscal challenges, but rather than turning to land trusts and other nonprofits as a solution, the state really should look at programs like revenue sharing. It's been over a decade since the state has met its 5% obligation under the law. I know in the last legislature there was progress made. We would encourage this legislature to look at meeting that obligation of 5% before we start looking at other ways to support municipalities. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Romano. Anybody have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up is Meg Helming. Welcome.
Good morning, Representative Terry and distinguished members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Meg Helming, and I'm the Director of Advocacy for the YMCA Alliance of Maine, which represents the 16 YMCAs in our state. The Alliance opposes LD 659. The first Y was founded in Maine in 1863, and today the 16 Ys in our state serve an average of 130,000 Mainers each year through a diverse of our programming. We provide essential services in our communities to some of Maine's most vulnerable residents. At the Y, these services include childcare, hunger relief, housing, and community-based chronic disease prevention programs. By providing these services, YMCAs lessen the burden on government. Our tax-exempt status is a critical component of our ability to serve those in need in our communities. The Maine Ys work hard to eliminate barriers so that everyone can thrive at the Y. In fact, a core tenet of our mission is to never turn away anyone from our programs due to inability to pay. Each year, the Maine YMCAs provide an average of $5 million in financial aid, including scholarships for childcare, camp, and wellness programs to Maine families. The proposed pilot bill before this committee would have a significant and negative impact on our ability to provide our programming and that financial support. It would disproportionately affect those that are most vulnerable in our community: low-income families, individuals with mental health and substance use challenges, homeless individuals, seniors, and immigrants. We respectfully but strongly oppose LD 659, which would directly result in the Y and other community-based nonprofit organizations to be forced to serve fewer of Maine's most vulnerable residents. We remain committed to working in partnership with our state and local governments and other nonprofits to strengthen communities across Maine. Thanks to each of you for your public service and for your careful consideration of the damaging effects this proposed policy would have on our shared efforts to make our communities stronger. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Humling. That was very quick. We appreciate that.
You got it.
I have a question that you may or may not be able to answer, and if not, perhaps Julie, you could bring it to the work session. I know the Y is has camps everywhere to help, especially with low-income families, to be able to provide great summers for kiddos. Do you know if other overnight camps, sleepaway camps, have pay property tax?
I don't know that. I think most overnight camps are nonprofit. I do think there are some for-profit camps. I will say that the nonprofit camps tend to serve more Maine residents and more low-income families. But I can't speak for the entire camping sector.
Excellent. Thank you for trying. I appreciate it. Julie, can you bring that to the work session if you can find the info? Thank you. Anybody else have any questions for Ms. Helming, sorry. All right, seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
you.
We appreciate it. And that closes the hearing on LD 659. Next up, it looks like Senator Dill is with us. I just promoted him to panelist, so we'll next hear LD 1247, an act to place a moratorium on property reevaluations for tax purposes during a state of emergency. Welcome, Senator Dill, and thank you very much for jumping in so quickly. Appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you. As everybody's saying, it's so hard with doing so many different committees at once and bouncing around. But anyway, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here this morning. Senator Chipman, who I guess is out someplace, and Representative Terry and honorable members of the Taxation Committee. I am Senator Jim Dill, and I represent Senate District Number 5, which is Northern Penobscot County. And I'm here to introduce LD 1247, an act to place a moratorium on property evaluations for tax purposes during a state of emergency. The idea came to me from several constituents who contacted me a few months ago about property reevaluation. And after the hardships he and several others had been through during the pandemic, losing most of their work through small businesses or other reasons, and they were struggling to get by, he couldn't understand why the town was choosing to hold a reevaluation at that time. Throughout the pandemic, as I said, I've heard from a number of folks who told me their property taxes were going up by 20 to 30%. Now, what had happened was they happened to have a property, I think some shoreline property and that type of thing, and reassessments had not been done for several years in these particular areas. And it was just kind of one of those, I hate to use the trite saying of the perfect storm, but the reevaluations came about and the year before, and then the assessment was put in place in 2020. So while they're struggling, all of a sudden they're hit with a 20 or 30% increase in tax bill. And so in the type of year we've had, this just seemed like the wrong thing to be doing. And all this bill would do would put a pause on property evaluations or increases during a state of emergency. If circumstances are dire enough to warrant a state of emergency now or in the future, I don't think it's proper to do property evaluations or increase a tax assessment, which would put an increased financial burden on the residents. This seems like a common sense approach to take, and I realize this may never happen again in our lifetime. We hope it doesn't, actually, I guess. But I'm just thinking that might be one of those things that if we had it on there as a law on the books, that we could have avoided a lot of concerns that I had been hearing from constituents this in 2020, and of course this year too. So with that, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions that anybody has. Thank you.
Very much for bringing this to us. Anybody have any questions for Senator Dill? Seeing none, thank you so much. I
You're
know
most
you're busy, but you're welcome to stay in the Zoom panel if you'd like.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Let's see, speaking in favor of LD 1247, first will be Diane Romano, followed by Winston Lumpkins. All right. We'll just give Ms. Romano a moment or two to jump in. Sorry, she's disappeared. Not sure where Ms. Romano went. I may have lost her in Zoom purgatory. Avery, if you can see if you can grab her, that would be awesome. And in the meantime, Mr. Lumpkins, if you're ready, we'd love to hear from you.
Hi, sure. So I just want to speak really briefly. This issue was brought to my attention from a letter from my town manager, letting me know kind of the sticky situation that South Portland. I'm a South Portland resident, longtime Portland area resident. The sticky situation that the town is in, kind of, it seems like they're kind of forced to do this evaluation at this time. And through communicating with him after receiving that letter, it seemed like this bill might allow them to defer that evaluation. Because what's happening is that in Southern Maine, at any rate, commercial real estate is worth less because of the pandemic, but because of people moving here and purchasing houses at a really kind of insane rate and paying way over asking price, it's kind of driving up 30–40% the tax property bills of landlords and homeowners in Southern Maine. And it seems like if we could do this evaluation in a year or two after the market has stabilized and commercial property values have come back up, it would be much better for the working class people who are going to be hit with this huge tax bill because people from out of state have purchased houses. So it just seems like it's a really unfair time to do this. And I hope that there's some way that this bill could help defer this problem that is kind of boiling over in Southern Maine at the moment. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. It looks like we have a question from Representative Kryzak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. From what Senator Dill said, he was talking about an evaluation that was done the year before the pandemic, and then the bill was coming due during the pandemic. Are you saying you're being forced to do an evaluation now? Because I would think that under executive orders, you couldn't do an evaluation because you're going door to door. And I wouldn't think that that would be allowed. I mean, if you're going to every house in your city, then you're just exposing people to the pandemic. So I would think under executive orders, you could just put that off until all those executive orders are withdrawn.
Well, I think that makes a lot of sense, but I don't think that's how they're doing it. Because I think what's happening is that they're looking at just real estate values in the area and basing the assessment on that. And so, like I rent, and my landlord owns a 4-bedroom farmhouse in South Portland, which, he pays property taxes on what it was valued at whenever they did the last evaluation. But because 4-bedroom farmhouses are now worth $500,000, regardless of their state of repair, because rich people are moving here and can pay it, then that means this building is now worth that. And he'll have to pay more in property taxes, 40% more, which means I'll have to pay more in rent. At a time when it's harder for me to find, like I'm employed now, but it's just, everything's harder. And it's just not a good time. And I'm not sure, and I'm not an expert, but I hope that this bill could defer that problem to the future, when it might be easier for us to handle it.
So a follow-up, Madam Chair?
Absolutely.
So you're doing a reevaluation based on the market value? You're not actually going and looking at the properties? Is that correct?
Like I said, I'm just a renter. I'm just looking at, a
Oh,
letter.
I thought you were on the city council.
No.
Okay.
So I'm not sure, but
Okay.
it seems like they're going ahead with evaluations regardless, and they're just looking at market values. That's what my understanding is.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Lumpkins? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We really appreciate you coming today. Next up is Diane Romano. Welcome.
Welcome. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good. We got you.
Okay. I'm not very technologically advanced, so I'm glad I finally got this. Hello, Senator Dillon Committee. I have something written. I will just read. My name is Diane Romano, a resident of South Portland, and I wholeheartedly support LD 1247. Recently, my husband and I, along with all property owners of South Portland, received a letter informing us of an impending property revaluation. In the letter, we were all told to prepare for significant increases of 10, 20, 30% or more. The reason given for such a drastic increase was due to the extreme increase in selling prices of residential properties. Because commercial properties did not keep pace at the same rate, more of the tax burden would be shifted from the commercial end to the individual property owners. As most can imagine, we were stunned. Our first thought was, how can they attach an accurate value to any property based on what has been happening in South Portland and throughout the entire state since the onset of the pandemic? Trying to dodge the COVID bullet, out-of-state buyers have flooded into Maine with what seems like unlimited resources and definitely an unlimited appetite, have purchased residential properties at exorbitant prices. I am talking tens and tens of thousands of dollars over list price and many times in cash. These prices are not sustainable and should not be used to place value of residents who just want to continue to live in their homes like they did before the pandemic. On the flip side, commercial properties have shuttered as businesses have shut down partially or in whole. Also, sectors that can work from home continue to do so, leaving office buildings vacant. I am also planning to testify on LD 1337 comes up. So in order to prevent redundancy, I will save most of my thoughts about the people from away continuing to contribute to a housing shortage. I will talk to at that point. My second thought was how, when we haven't even come out of a state of emergency, can such a drastic revaluation be allowed to take place? When taking part in our local city council meeting, I addressed the council and told them that I would think that something could be done at the state level to delay this. I suggested a moratorium would be appropriate, as there are already several other moratoriums regarding housing in place. At the end of citizen discussion, our mayor, Misha Pride, told us about LD 1247. I ask that you please support this bill. A moratorium could provide a much needed window of time to discuss and implement measures to mitigate such drastic increases being put upon us at a time when most are still feeling economic downturn created by the pandemic. Perhaps a comprehensive rework of the homestead exemption would be a good start. It should keep in pace with rising property values. Please know that yes, I am speaking as a South Portland resident, but my concern is for the state as a whole. I do not want any city, town, township, plantation, etc., to have to add this burden to our already deflated economic crisis. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Romano. If there is any way to share the letter from South Portland with us, I think that would be very helpful while we're in our work session.
Okay.
Representative Bickford has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Ms. Romano. We have 1 minute left this morning. Generally, when property tax reevaluation occurs, the mill rate goes down. The only way that your taxes are going to go up is if the city spends more. So can you address that to me, please?
I certainly can. That was our concern. We know that once, our mill rate will go down, but they are telling us the reason it's happening, that South Portland that the residential owners will be placing more of the burden is because on the commercial end, traditionally they've been paying more of a higher percentage than residential, but that's being shifted because the values in commercial properties have not kept pace with the astronomical rise in residential houses.
Okay, and thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Ms. Romano? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We really appreciate you being here today, and sorry we got you lost in the Zoom purgatory there.
Thank you. I'm sorry. So when I speak to 1337, do I just stay on now and that I'll Oh, do I have to sign in again and all that?
No, I'll bring you back over in a little bit. We'll put you back
Okay.
on.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you very much. Good question. Okay, that closes the hearing on LD 1247. Thank you for bringing that to us, Senator Dill, and we look forward to seeing you at the work session. Next up is LD 1132, Representative Morales's bill, and that is an act to encourage the renovation of available housing stock. There she is. And Representative Morales is on her way in.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. How are you? Afternoon.
I know, just by a few minutes. Thank you, Representative Bickford. Good. I'm on my phone. My internet went out at my house. So I'm hoping it doesn't go out on my computer too, so I can read my testimony. Good afternoon, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Victoria Morales, and I represent South Portland in House District 33. It is my honor to present to you LD 1132, an act to encourage the renovation of available housing stock. The intent of this bill is simply to unlock the potential for affordable and workforce housing that is more focused on rural Maine through a change to the tax lien foreclosure process. Currently, under the tax lien foreclosure process, 36 MRSA Title 946B subsection 1, when a property owner doesn't pay property taxes, the municipality can begin the tax lien foreclosure process, which usually takes between 18 months and 2 years to finalize. Once the foreclosure is final, the title on the property is not cleared for another 5 years to allow the property owner time to object to the foreclosure. This bill proposes a change to that process, specifically to the 5-year waiting period, only for those properties deemed abandoned. To achieve that goal, the bill proposes the following. Number one, a set of criteria for cities and towns to determine abandonment. For example, the house is boarded up, the windows are broken, full of trash, there are trespassers, there's no one living there, etc. Number two, a separate process for municipalities so that the properties that they deem to be truly abandoned can more quickly be available for those in need of housing within 6 months of the completion of the tax foreclosure. Will also include being able to bring those properties back onto the tax rolls sooner. And number three, importantly, this bill includes coordination and notification with municipalities and Maine Housing regarding these properties to streamline access to first-time home buyer programs and affordable housing development options and other services that Maine Housing can provide. Although this bill is a statute of limitations change, it really is a community and economic development tool that will allow municipalities to move abandoned properties from abandonment status to being a home for a family and workers in need more quickly. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present this policy to you today. I look forward to your guidance and your expertise. And I'll just note that I've added an amendment to the bill that's more clear and goes through the 3 steps that I've explained in my testimony today.
Thank you, Representative Morales. We have a question from Representative Kryzak.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative. I just have a question. When I was selectman and we had properties that we foreclosed on, we would put them up to bid. And always it was way undervalued. We were just looking to get our tax money back and then get it back on the tax rolls with a new buyer. Are the different departments that are looking to build more affordable housing, are they looking to the municipalities to see if they have properties that are up for auction?
I think the answer to that is yes. There is someone who will be following me, Kevin Sutherland, who can testify more to the industry and their practices around that. So I think, yes, he'll be able to answer that question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Representative Morales? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. You're welcome to stay in the Zoom tiles as long as you like.
Thank you.
Next up is Tex Hauser, followed by Kevin Sutherland. Welcome, Mr. Hauser.
Good morning or good afternoon. Thank you very much, Representative Terry and distinguished members of the committee. I was a planning director in South Portland for 30 years. I retired recently. I actually got one of those reval letters that Dan Romano just mentioned. So I'm also on the Maine Association of Planners Legislative Policy Committee, and we do support this bill. We're quite concerned about the housing problem in Maine, and we're testifying on a number of housing bills. This bill we like for a number of reasons. It would in general, I think, help increase the supply of affordable housing. And it also address the problem of lack of diversity in the housing supply. The types of housing products that we're getting these days is pretty limited. And to increase the number of homes that would be available for first-time home buyers would be great if we could do that. I'm thinking, for example, of my two kids. I don't know if they'd be eligible. One's living in New York, one's in Seattle. And, you know, once they stop being stupid, I think they're going to want to come back to Maine. And it'd be nice to have, you know, an opportunity for a first-time house. But the other aspect that we planners are well aware of is the blight and the impact on the quality of life in a neighborhood that these abandoned properties have. It can be quite serious. There's the visual blight, there's the attractive nuisance factor, you know, kids throwing rocks at windows, that sort of stuff. The critters get into the houses. You see raccoons peeking out under the eaves, you know, not to mention rats, etc. And all this ends up requiring a huge amount of time by municipal staff to deal with these properties. The co-enforcement officer, finance director gets involved, the police. You end up creating task forces just for a single individual property that's creating all this trouble. And you know, so you can imagine it's not very fun to live next door to one of these abandoned properties. The sooner we can get these properties fixed up and you know, in a program like Maine Housing could provide and become affordable for first-time home buyers would be really great. So we do support this bill, and thanks very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us. Next up is Kevin Sutherland, followed by Eric Jorgensen. Welcome, Mr. Sutherland.
Hi, thank you, Representative Terry, and members of the Taxation Committee. I'm here today to speak in favor of any version of this bill that reduces that 5-year waiting period. Why? If one were interested in acquiring a formerly municipally owned tax foreclosed parcel, they'd have difficulty getting a mortgage to make improvements to that property. And to Mr. Kryzak's comment, that's why the value is so low for a municipality to try to sell or try to recoup their taxes on it. But how do I know this? Because I've experienced it. I'm a former city manager who realized I can do more to strengthen community by advocating for change, working with municipalities to identify where the greatest need for investment exists, and by working with local agencies, builders, and trade professionals to bring derelict properties back to life. The challenge I have faced is tracking down former owners to get release deeds. While doable, and I've done it, it's costly and time consuming. In one case, I had to pay off a former owner in order to get him to sign a release deed. In another, it was attached to an estate that had been closed for several years before. The son of the deceased would have had to reopen the estate in probate court, get assigned as its personal representative, sign a release deed, and then reclose the estate. Needless to say, that man had wanted nothing to do with it, had no further involvement, let alone anything to do with the property. So I spent some time on my own, and my own money to clean up the yard and replace the roof to prevent further deterioration until that 5-year window closes, when I can actually go out and get private financing. So this particular house is a great example of why LD 1132 is good for Maine communities. Court action is another solution, but that is extremely time consuming and costly. So I'd love to be in a position to sell these renovated properties to first-time home buyers or sell them below market to a deserving party. But every hurdle that prevents a small-scale developer or community-oriented person from doing so is a cost that then has to be passed on to the end user or for future owner. So please support some changes that make it easier for municipalities to strengthen their property tax base, neighborhoods to see greater vibrancy, and opportunities for people to call Maine home.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Sutherland. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, Representative Sachs.
Thank you so much. And this may be a question, Kevin. Thank you for your testimony as a former municipal official. I'm very interested in this bill and have other ones that will also impact this. But for your community, how does this fit into an overall housing strategy? And again, that may be for Mr. Jorgensen, who's got more of a statewide perspective.
Well, I can provide, so what I try to do is identify homes in the tax foreclosure process that are already connected to municipal services. So there, you think about infill. This is a way to solve some of the infill challenges we have. Homes that are in communities where they have access to transportation or access to services that they need and are in derelict position are better to bring back to life and easier to bring back to life. It also costs a lot less to renovate an existing property than it is to build brand new. However, when we let them go for so long, such as the case of the current 5-year waiting period, I mean, it's prior to a tax foreclosure that a property may go abandoned. So you may be talking 7 to 10 years before someone like me can get a hold of that property and bring it back to the market. And by then, it may be too far gone. It may be something that has to be torn down and rebuilt. And I hate to see that. I'd rather be in a position where we as a community say, it's gone 2 years, 3 years, no one's living there. Clearly, we've worked to find somebody. They don't want anything to do with it, but they don't even know how to get rid of it. So we can step in and bring that property back to life.
And I appreciate you bringing in the angle around, which is something that I've worked with around. It is much cheaper and cost effective, especially if you're going to try and green up with some of our renewable energy pieces, an existing structure, given the carbon footprint of it. So thank you very much. I appreciate the clarification.
Sure.
Any other questions for Mr. Sutherland? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We really appreciate it. Next up is the Honorable Eric Jorgensen from Maine Housing. Welcome again.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Senator Chipman, I guess, isn't here, but Representative Terry, esteemed members of the Committee on Taxation. I'm Eric Jorgensen. I'm from Maine Housing Authority, and I am testifying today in support of LD 1132, especially with the understanding that this Representative Morales has proposed an amendment for the legislation that will change some of the programmatic components. But I think the main bill is exactly as intended. We've reviewed a draft of the amendment. We feel it makes the bill much more workable. But backing up, I'll just say that this proposal aims to facilitate the development of a particular form of affordable housing, which is really rehabbing abandoned properties. By reducing that required waiting period from 5 years to 1, there's all sorts of advantages that get realized. First, it arrests further deterioration of buildings that are by definition already going to be in bad shape. Secondly, it provides a measure of predictability for the new owners of seeking financing, wanting to start work. And third, I think as someone else mentioned earlier, it does help reduce blight in neighborhoods, thereby potentially improving all the housing in an area. I had one of these houses in my neighborhood here in Portland, and it was a real problem. I mean, people were squatting in it, and they were breaking windows. It was just a real mess, and it's finally gotten unloaded, but it took about 4 or 5 years. At the same time, I think it's important to note that this bill also provides appropriate safety provisions. It assures that these properties they are indeed abandoned, and the bill doesn't apply to properties that are occupied and the process gets stopped cold if lawful owners or occupants appear and object. then it goes back and reverts to the existing 5-year waiting period. So I think it's important to note that no way this is a bill that's going to result in people getting turned out of their homes, which is really important. It's really just a common sense solution to reactivating a bunch of unused properties. Where Maine Housing took issue with the original proposal was simply with the original program provision, which called for our agency to purchase, renovate, and then rent or resell these properties. Maine Housing doesn't have any capacity to own abandoned houses or other real estate. We occasionally have to foreclose on something, but we don't hold those things. We are, for all intents and purposes, though, a bank and not a landlord or a property manager or a real estate flipper. So I think that the process that towns use to get rid of these properties is probably a very good one. The proposed amendment would have us maintain a list of those properties acquired in this fashion so we can get a better handle on this resource, as there really is very little information right now on abandoned properties in Maine, how many there are, or how they're being ultimately disposed of. So we totally support the intent of getting these abandoned properties back into use. We agree that by their very nature, these properties tend to be on the affordable end of this real estate continuum. And with the suggested amendment, I think this bill has tremendous potential and would be happy to help out in any way we can between now and the work session. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I have 2 questions, I think. One is, by shrinking this from 5 years to 1 year, and you said that going back, if somebody makes a motion that sounds like they have some sort of stake in this property, it'll revert back to the 5-year period. What happens if 2 years down the road, someone comes and says, that's my house? Then are they out of luck?
Gosh, I think they're out of luck. I mean, but I think the fact is that the building has to be deemed abandoned, and there's certain, and what this bill provides is specific characteristics of the building that have to be, that do have to be abandoned, and then, or that do have to be in play to be considered abandoned. And then there's also a good process, I think, around, stopping it. There's plenty of time for people to stop it. So I do think if they show up 2 years into it and it's gone, it's gone. But that would just be, that seems to be a relatively small risk to me in comparison to the benefits that this bill will bring.
So I agree with that on a municipal level. Part of our job as the taxation committee is to be stewards of the unorganized territory. And my concern is that it's really difficult to find property owners in the unorganized territory that we've heard from the folks from the property division of MRS. My concern is that we're only giving them a year to find property owners now if we do this for the whole entire state. So perhaps, Julie, if you wouldn't mind asking MRS to bring the property tax division with them to the work session, we can talk that out a little bit. That would be great. We have a question from Representative Sachs.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Mr. Honorable Jorgensen again this morning. So I understand that municipalities actually have to do an enormous amount of documentation. Is that correct? From having worked in a municipality, but also working on a different bill that I have regarding a land bank, there is copious amounts, so that if somebody were to come back and challenge this, literally, I was told from a municipal official in Rumford that from 14 years ago, they still had to take out the documentation regarding a particular foreclosure that went through this process. Is that still intact? I'm assuming that's still within the current statutes.
Yeah, I think so. I see Mr. Sutherland nodding. I've never been in, I don't, I'm not an expert in how municipalities handle these things. I'm just really speaking to this from the perspective of, generating and reactivating old buildings for the purposes of getting them back into use. But I think that's the case. I have to defer to someone else on that, though.
Madam Chair, do you mind, a bit of out of order, to have Mr. Sutherland answer my question?
Sure.
Thank you.
You are correct. Municipalities are required to follow a different statute, and I can't pull it up off the top of my head right now, but municipalities are required to follow a certain process. The whole point of 946B is to allow the former owner to have some sort of process to protect them against the municipality doing something wrong. However, now a lot of that is established, and it's well established. So when you think about the short window of time, there's already been 2 years of a foreclosure process that's already occurred. So it's just this additional time, 6 months to a year now, that I'm asking for abandoned property so we can get them back on the market.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Representative Kryzak?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that this bill is not changing what the municipality does as far as foreclosure. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it takes 2 years. In 2008, with the Great Recession, we had, it was insane. In 2010, we had 125 foreclosures because it was so bad, people losing their jobs and not being able to pay their taxes. Now, we worked with them and it ended up being only 2 families after that. So this bill is just saying that once you buy a foreclosed property, after a year, it's your property, so that banks can then loan you money and you don't have to worry about anybody coming back later. Am I correct?
If it's been deemed abandoned by the municipality. If it hasn't been, if it's something that somebody might be living in, it stays on that 5-year window.
Okay, so if a family's still in the home and we foreclose, then that family can still come back and try and make amends. But if you have a house that's vacant, which we did, which is one of the ones that we went further with, then that would only take a year for the buyer to be able to borrow money on it and it becomes their property legally. Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions for Representative Jorgensen? I'm sorry, for Mr. Jorgensen, the Honorable Mr. Jorgensen. Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. And that it looks like that's it. Avery, can you just double check our lists here that we're good to go for let's see, 11:32.
I haven't heard from anyone else.
All right, terrific. That closes the public hearing on LD 1132. I just want to check in with the committee. Our next bill is our last bill, 1337. It looks like we have quite a number of people that will be testifying. It is after lunchtime. I just want to make sure that everybody is good to go for this last, say, hour or so, or if we need a 5-minute break. Avery and Julie, I'm mostly looking at you guys.
I'd like a break.
Good. Okay, can we do 5 minutes? Is everybody okay with that? Literally just 5 minutes, if you guys don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you got it. Thanks very much. And Representative Kessler will be with you very shortly. Thank you. Hey, Lori, welcome.
Hey, I just finished over in ENR and thought I'd pop in and see what's going on in the world of taxation.
Awesome. We're just took a 5-minute back in a minute or two. And we're going into our last bill, which is 1337. All right, if everybody's ready, I think we can get started again. Thank you for the indulgence. Next up is LD 1337, an act to increase affordable housing and reduce property taxes through an impact fee on vacant residencies, sponsored by Representative Kessler. Welcome, Representative Kessler.
Good afternoon, Representative Terry and distinguished members of the Taxation Committee. Good to see you all. Please bear with me one second. Okay. My name is Chris Kessler, and I represent House District 32, which is part of South Portland and part of Cape Elizabeth. I'm here to introduce LD 1337 on the same premise that I had introduced LD 418, which is that we are in the midst of a housing crisis and that we must do everything within our power to fix it. In regard to this particular bill, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, Maine has the largest percentage of vacation homes in the country at 19%, which means that that's nearly 140,000 residences not occupied year-round. Inventory of homes is tight in Maine while demand is soaring. At least 1 out of every 4 buyers are from out of state, in many instances paying 50 grand above asking price and in cash. And these factors in part have caused median home sale prices to increase 20% over the last year and are expected to rise even more. A majority of Maine households can no longer afford the median home price based on their current income. Tens of thousands of households are on waiting lists for subsidized housing and housing vouchers. Municipal property revaluations are resulting in a significant tax shift onto residents due to the current housing market, as commercial real estate values remain steady or are declining due to the pandemic while residential prices are soaring. This policy seeks to encourage owners of vacant homes to put those homes to use for housing, raise revenue to fund existing housing programs, and stabilize property taxes for Maine residents. 50% of the revenue would be directed to the Home Fund, which was created in 1982 to provide Maine housing with a flexible financial resource to address the state's affordable housing needs. The fund helps to subsidize the construction of affordable housing, homeless assistance, home buyer and homeowner assistance, and home improvements like repairs and aging in place. The other 50% of revenue would be directed to the local government fund to be used to reimburse municipalities for the Maine residents' homestead property tax exemption. This is important to help stabilize property tax increases for those who are negatively impacted by the sharp increase in residential real estate prices and pending tax revaluations that will drastically shift that tax burden onto them. It is really important to note that the vast majority of Maine residents will not have to pay a vacancy impact fee, including snowbirds, people on fixed incomes, or people with truly seasonal camps. Owners would only be subject to the fee only if it's not registered as a primary residence for the owner or a tenant, that it's been unoccupied for more than 180 days cumulatively, and that it doesn't qualify for an exemption as provided for in the legislation. The fee is half of 1% of the assessed value of the residential building, which excludes the land value. And that's a very important factor to understand. For example, if the building is valued at $150,000, the fee would be $750 annually. There are exemptions to assist those with the least ability to pay by excluding anyone who is a recipient of any federal or state public assistance program based on income. And another exemption is aimed to give relief to residents who have paid income taxes in Maine and who have earned less than 150% of the area median income based on the most recent data from the US Census for Portland, South Portland metropolitan area. So in my testimony, I provided a table of what that would be. But for example, a single filer would need to make less than 105 grand per year. With regard to implementation for municipalities, municipalities would only be responsible for notifying owners of the fee and to provide the state tax assessor a list of residential properties, their owners, and their valuation within that municipality. This is also a new opportunity for Maine residents to be informed about and apply for the homestead exemption when notified by their city or town about the fee. Even though it's available to all Maine residents, many people don't know about it, and uptake varies depending on the town. This type of policy has been successfully implemented in the United States and Canada. Most notable use of the policy is by the city of Vancouver, British Columbia, who implemented an empty homes tax, and subsequently the province of British Columbia with their speculation and vacancy tax. These were put in place to address the drastic rise in home and rental prices, high vacancy rates, and possible real estate speculation by foreign investors. And recent data from BC shows that the policy is working to increase the number of rental units available, as well as funding for affordable housing projects, even though 99.9% of British Columbians aren't subject to the tax. Cities in the United States like Oakland, California, and Washington, D.C. have also implemented their own versions of the policy. In order to ensure the policy will work as intended, there are provisions built into the legislation which provide for analysis by the state tax assessor, the state treasurer, Maine Housing, and the Office of Program Evaluation and Government Accountability. Finally, I would like to address the issue of constitutionality. Opponents of this policy frequently cite Article 9, Section 8 of the Constitution, which states, quote, "All taxes upon real and personal estate assessed by the authority of the state shall be apportioned and assessed equally according to the just value thereof." This impact fee is not a property tax. It is an excise tax based on the specific use of a residential structure for non-residential purposes. So therefore, it would not be subject to Article 9, Section 8. Much like the vehicle excise tax is levied annually for the privilege of operating a motor vehicle or camper trailer on the public ways, this vacancy impact fee would be levied for the privilege of owning a vacant home that could otherwise be used as a permanent residence in the midst of a housing shortage. Arguably, the housing shortage is a significant driving factor in housing prices, which is the cause of a range of problems for individuals, families, businesses, and municipal governments that require state intervention. In addition, Article 9, Section 9 states, the legislature shall never in any manner suspend or surrender the power of taxation. So where there is the political will to implement a policy, it is within the legislature's constitutional right to do so. The people of Maine are looking to us to do something substantial and immediately to address the housing crisis. This policy would be an effective tool in the toolbox to address a multitude of housing affordability issues in the state. Thank you very much for your time and consideration, and I would be glad to answer any questions.
Mute. Sorry about that. We have a question from Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Representative Terry. Thank you, Representative Kessler. I read your testimony and I was following it as you were delivering it. I'm just wondering if you could help me better understand a little bit in terms of the fee. Am I correct in my understanding in that it would be, the fee would be collected by the municipality, and then part two to that is, I want to make sure I've got the dots connected in terms of how those fees collected end up assisting folks in need of housing. If you could just kind of tease that out a little bit for me, that would be really great.
Sure. So the municipality would not be responsible for collecting the fee. That would be the responsibility of Maine Revenue Services, and that would also be the responsibility of the property owner to go and file each year as they do with their annual income taxes. In regard to how that would be used to fund affordable housing, 50% of that revenue would go to the home fund, which is directly involved in subsidizing the construction of housing, as well as efforts to keep people in their homes. And then the other half would be going to bring property tax relief to people in their towns and cities. Is that answering your question?
Yeah, thank you. That was helpful.
Okay.
Representative Sachs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Representative Kessler.
Good afternoon.
I also was following along with the testimony, and it said that one of the criteria is that this home has been unoccupied for more than 180 days. Are you concerned that this would lead to property owners turning their homes into short-term rentals, because then there'd be somebody in the property? I'm thinking not only because the fee is so small comparative to if they were going to generate income with a short-term rental, they would have already done so. So like you said, a $750 fee versus sort of the things around short-term rentals and all that entails would seem like a small price to pay. But had you considered the impact of short-term rentals on this?
So to clarify, it's not just the length of the stay, but that it is serving as a primary residence for an individual. So, and the criteria to be or to determine that primary residence is the exact same criteria used for the homestead exemption. So if that, it clarifies that. But also it really does take into account the impact of short-term rentals. So say hypothetically, you know, you are a homeowner, this is your primary address, and you vacation around the country for a little bit less than half of the year and decide to Airbnb your place while you're gone, you would not be subject to the vacancy fee there. But if you purchase a house for the sole purpose of short-term rentals, then yes, you would be.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Representative Hessler. My question is, why is this better than municipalities changing some of their zoning for unused agricultural land and allowing that to be residential, which would give a lot more opportunity for housing to be built?
Thank you, Representative Bickford, for the question. I would say that it's not something that you could say one is better than the other, but we certainly need every single tool in the toolbox to address the housing crisis. So,
thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions? Thank you very much for your testimony, Representative Kessler. You're welcome to stay in the Zoom box while folks testify for and against your bill. Next up is Representative Cloutier. I almost didn't recognize you as a guest, quite honestly.
I'm not sure whether that I should take that as a compliment or not.
That's a compliment, and to say that we miss you in the taxation committee. But
Aww. Thank you. So good morning, Senator Chipman, who I don't think is here, Representative Terry, and members of the Taxation Committee. As you know, my name is Kristen Cloutier, and I represent House District 60, part of Lewiston. I am here today in support of LD 1337, an act to increase affordable housing and reduce property taxes through an impact fee on vacant residences. It is no secret that our state is facing an affordable housing crisis. This crisis existed well before the COVID-19 pandemic and has only been exacerbated by the events of the past year. When there are 35,000 renters in our state who pay more than half their income towards housing costs, we must work to implement solutions that increase access to housing that is safe and affordable. Maine has one of the highest percentages of vacation homes in the country, with 19% of our housing stock designated as second homes. LD 1337 would impose a fee on property owners who own vacation homes or operate short-term rentals, targeting those that are not occupied by a permanent resident for at least 180 days per year. The revenue generated through these fees would go directly towards increasing the availability and creation of affordable housing. This bill is informed by similar laws in other places, including Washington, D.C., and allows exemptions for low and moderate income owners and those who own seasonal and family camps. This legislation also aims to lower property taxes for year-round residents by allocating half of the revenue generated to the homestead exemption program. As you know, this existing benefit is intended to provide relief to permanent residents of Maine. While those who travel to our state and stay for a few months of the year are valued contributors to Maine's economy, our first priority must be to support our full-time neighbors who live and work here year-round. I have been a proud participant in the Housing Working Group this session, which brings together policymakers and other stakeholders to seek and consider solutions to our housing emergency. This issue is complex, but the work is critical. Access to affordable housing is fundamentally important to the health, success, and overall well-being of our communities. LD 1337 creates a needed revenue stream that would benefit those who continuously and reliably contribute to our state. I am proud to be a co-sponsor and to support this bill. I urge the committee to do the same. Thank you, friends, for your time. I'm happy to take any questions, although I'm guessing that there are others who are probably better suited to answer them here today.
thank you, Representative Cloutier. It looks like Representative Bickford does have a question, though.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, neighbor.
Hello.
My question is, how many states currently have this impact fee in place?
I think that's probably a question for Representative Kessler, not for me.
Thank you. Good to see you.
You too, sir.
Any other questions for Representative Cloutier? I bet Julie can probably answer that question for you, Representative Bickford, at the work session.
Hi, Julie. Miss you.
Next up is, seeing no further questions for Representative Cloutier, next up is Representative Tracy Gear, and following her will be Representative Lori Osher. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to be here again with all the fun folks at taxation. So thank you. Good morning. Senator Chipman looks like is not with us at the moment, but good afternoon, Representative Terry and distinguished members of the Committee on Taxation. I'm Representative Tracy Gear. and I represent House District 9, and I live in Kennebunkport, and I'm testifying in support of LD 1337. Maine is in a housing crisis. The crisis looks different in different parts of the state. My district, District 9, which encompasses Kennebunkport and coastal Biddeford and Kennebunk, faces challenges from a sharply increasing number of homes that are only occupied seasonally. They are no one's permanent residence, and many are vacant much of the year. In Kennebunkport, a full 47% of homes are seasonal or vacant, as discovered in a 2018 study, Housing Needs Analysis and Assessment, which was commissioned by our town. And I believe that Avery has shared the link to that report, which has a lot of detailed information in it, with all of you. At the same time, the median home price has skyrocketed to $474,000 as more people seek to access our quality of life, again, often only on a seasonal basis. This is double the median price in the year 2000. At the same time, that median income only rose by 32%. As stated in the report, only 25% of York County households would be able to afford the median home in Kennebunkport. The impacts are dire. I walk a lot, and entire neighborhoods are going dark for much of the year. You can go around town in the evening and there's nobody around. Young families can't afford to purchase homes. Seniors must move away when they want to downsize, and local workers must commute increasingly long distances. Enrollment in our local elementary school has fallen from 214 in 2012 to 143 in 2020 pre-COVID. These trends tear at the fabric of a year-round community. Community is the relationships between people that make a town what it is. Our town staff is aging, with many approaching retirement, and only 26% of them live in town. Once these staff retire, their positions are unlikely to be filled by local workers due to the low population of working age residents. Communities benefit from diversity when all different kinds of people interact, work together, and share experiences. With a median age of nearly 55, our population is aging rapidly, and only 14% of our population is prime age range for forming households and putting down roots. The lack of affordable housing leads to a continuing upward spiral of income levels, with young families of average incomes simply unable to locate here. The irony is that one of the things our seasonal visitors love most about all of us here on the coast of Maine are the warm and friendly communities. But communities are made up of people, and people must be able to afford to live here to sustain our community. I dread the day when we have to bus workers in like Disneyland to provide our visitors with an authentic coastal Maine experience. That's not the community I want to live in, nor do my constituents. I refuse to believe that we are powerless to change the situation. Already, several organizations are working here in cooperation with the town of Kennebunkport to create new affordable housing options. But we are only one town. We must tackle this challenge all over Maine and make sure that towns have the resources to research their own unique situation and take action to remedy it. The vacancy fee is a win-win-win way to start to fix this problem. It would generate revenues for towns, contribute badly needed funds for incentivizing the construction of affordable housing, and create a mechanism for seasonal owners to offset the impacts of their seasonality on communities. The vacancy fee works well in other places with high seasonal ownership rates. Vancouver, British Columbia is a city that we heard at length from, and it can work here. And I ask you to vote ought to pass on LD 1337. Thanks. And I can take any questions anyone has.
Thank you, Representative Gear. It looks like Representative Bickford has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. I would assume, you may not, but you have Goose Rocks Beach and Cape Porpoise right around the corner from you. Many of these folks, the only way they can afford their properties is to rent them throughout the summer and possibly spend 2 or 3 weeks there themselves. If they're out of that property for 180 days or more, they're going to have to pay that 0.5%. You're talking about $25,000 or more on these properties that are right along the shoreline of Cape Porpoise and Goose Rocks Beach. Can you respond to that, please?
So I would say, I guess I would want to make sure on the calculation, my calculation at 0.5% of assessed value on $1 million home, say on Ocean Ave, would be $5,000. So in my experience, if you own a second home that's not your primary residence, so if you have enough financial wherewithal that you own a second home that is not your primary residence, then you can certainly afford to pay a fee at that level. That would be at, the high end in terms of $1 million home. So.
And how do you respond if most of those people are generational? They've acquired them from their parents, and that's the only way that they could afford the property is to rent it throughout the summer and spend possibly 2 or 3 weeks there. I do have relatives that do have a place on Goose Rocks Beach, and I know that they suffer with property taxes.
And I hear what you're saying, Representative Bickford, and I think that the one thing I'm going to defer to Representative Kessler on is the detailed list of exemptions that are in this bill. There was a lot of research done on the different characteristics of property that should grant someone an exception from the tax, and that it does include income level. So depending on where your income level is, for an individual at $105,000 a year income, below that you would be exempt from the fee. So I would encourage you to look closely at that list because I do understand what you're saying and do agree that folks that can't afford that fee should be falling in that set of exemptions. And I would defer to Representative Kessler on the details of that because he's certainly very, very well versed in what those are.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we can certainly dive deep into that in the work session for sure. Representative Gramlich, you have a question for Representative Gear?
I think Representative Kryzak was ahead of me, Madam Chair.
That's all right. Go ahead. That's all right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Representative Kryzak, and thank you, Representative Terry. Representative Geary, I think one of the things in your testimony that struck, two things that really struck me was the percentage of seasonal homes. And I know that in my community, we have a pretty large number of seasonal homes as well. But the other thing that struck me was the drop in students pre-COVID, which seems pretty significant to me. And so I'm curious if you have any information or data about how that impacts the community in terms of school funding and property taxes.
Absolutely. Thank you, Representative Gramlich, for that question. It's one of the issues that really has brought me to want to work hard on this bill with Representative Kessler, because, when my kids were here at Consolidated Elementary School, we moved here in 2008. There was a vibrant community of families with school-age kids in town. And so I think that I think the heart of any small town anywhere, and especially here in Maine, is the elementary school. That's, where you've got the kids playing soccer on the fields and families coming together, to have a celebration, out a picnic to kick off school. And those relationships are the things that, you build relationships with other families and other parents around on those events. And I think that's one of the things that has had, is having the greatest impact on our town here. So it's a huge issue. And I think, when you think about that issue of the spiraling income requirements that you have, it just precludes, a family just starting out with young kids from even considering purchasing here. We're fortunate in that we've got, as I mentioned, several groups working at, for example, our housing trust group working on plans and strategies to Representative Bickford's question earlier, that you can add to this mix. You can add, for example, a housing trust that builds affordable properties on donated land, for example. We absolutely have to be bringing all of those kinds of strategies to bear on this problem. But the other thing that we really, really need is the funding. And this is a mechanism that, really looks and takes a very cold, hard look at the fact that of our hugely high rate of seasonal ownership and says there is a cost to that, and we need to be able to acknowledge that and generate revenues based on it.
Follow up, if I may, Madam Chair. So it sounds like, particularly in light of some of the exemptions and the way it's tiered in terms of income, it sounds like this 0.5% would be a somewhat reasonable approach to not harm folks that don't have the means, first of all, and second of all, to garner some additional revenue to address the very critical need of affordable housing, not only in communities like ours, because I know in my town too, we have a lot of affluence where people live on the coast and can well afford it, but then we have folks that are on the complete opposite end struggling. But it sounds like this is an opportunity to have another tool in our toolbox to really target those who are most in need. Would you agree?
Yes, I think the thing that, again, when I first heard about this bill and this idea, the fact that we do, again, when you think about the core of this bill, targeting people who can afford second, in many cases, as we know on our coast, third homes, and they're at that level of affluence, and the impact of that seasonality in terms of occupying properties and taking properties out of the available stock of properties for anybody to purchase or live in, this is a great way to generate revenues based on that. At the same time, I think we all know, Representative Bickford alluded to it earlier, families who've been here for generations, they've inherited homes. If you look at all the exemptions that would apply, then you really see, again, if you're a teacher and you inherited a home on Goose Rocks Beach from your family, you're not making enough money to qualify for this fee. You would be exempted out. So I think that balance is a really important one to strike. I think Representative Kessler's done a great job of working through all those details. And I do think that this fee is targeted at those who can absolutely afford to pay it.
Thank you very much.
Representative Kryzak, thank you for.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. My question is does this fee, is it charged to the hotels and the inns and the glampground that you have in your district? They're only working 6 months out of the year.
Thanks, Representative. Yeah, this is. I'll again defer to Representative Kessler on the details of the fee. This is targeted at residences. So the idea here is, again, when you look at the housing crisis, we have homes that are not occupied, that are vacant, that could otherwise, if in another scenario, be available to someone to rent, or purchase year round. So it's only targeting the permanent housing and not targeting hotels or things that are basically just a hotel. It's just where you stay on a very temporary basis.
How is that constitutional? We're taking one group of people and charging them a tax, and we're not charging the rest of the people for the same thing. Your hotels are vacant. They could rent those rooms out to homeless people during the winter. So I don't understand how you feel constitutionally you can take one group of people and charge them a tax because they're not in their house 6 months out of the year, and not charge all these inns and hotels that you have in your district. That would get quite a bit of money for housing if you charge room by room.
Again, I think in the intent of this bill is to really look at housing and look at places where people could otherwise be living. I don't think that hotels are allowed or are authorized for that sort of occupancy. Generally, they're not permanent residences. So it really does look at that particular, actual housing, I guess I would say there.
Well, I think that's changed now with immigration, and we have a lot of immigrants that are living in hotels across the country.
I can't speak to that. I don't think that's relevant to what we're talking about today.
Well, it is, because they're rooms that could be rented to the homeless and they're not being used. And you're saying that a house that's empty could be sold or rented to somebody and it's not being rented. So you're going to charge the person that owns a house a tax, and you're not going to charge the people that have all these rooms that could be rented out to homeless. You're not going to charge them the tax. So to me, that would be unconstitutional.
That Representative Kryzak, I am not familiar with all of the laws that relate to hotels, but I don't understand that in many cases that our hotels here would be allowed to be occupied in that way.
Thank you.
Representative Bickford.
Thank you. And just really quick, who determines what an affluent family is? What are the parameters?
That's a kind of a big question. I'm not sure in terms of the definition of affluent. I think in the bill, there is a level of income that is set based upon calculations. And again, I would defer to Representative Kessler on the details of how that was determined, but it's based on some standard metrics of what the different income levels are. So again, I would defer to him on the details there.
And the reason I ask is some of those folks, I have a surgeon that I used to visit that she told me, and she made very good money, but she said, my student debt is $500,000. And back when we were talking about adding the 3% on to people that made a large amount of money. And she has since moved to another state. But and she was in your party. I'm not gonna sugarcoat, I'll tell you. But I don't know who determines what is affluent and what isn't, and what the basis of determining that is. Thank you very much. You can respond to that.
Thank
please.
you. Yeah, I mean, there's some definitions that are pretty standard in the housing industry that look in the measures of the U.S. government. For example, HUD calculates average median income for all of the counties around the country. So there are measures of income levels that correspond to your ability to afford housing at different levels. So that exists. And again, there are metrics that are standard that Representative Kessler used in crafting the bill that, again, I would defer to him on the details on, because I wasn't directly involved in that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Any other questions for Representative Gear? All right, seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next up is another co-sponsor of the bill, Representative Osher.
Thank you very much for welcoming me, Representative Terry and members of the Committee on Taxation. I'm Representative Lori Osher from Orono. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of LD 1337, an act to increase affordable housing and reduce property taxes through an impact fee on vacant residences. As you've heard already, this bill creates a residential vacancy impact fee for certain vacant residential property. The revenue from that impact fee is distributed to the Housing Opportunities for Maine Home Fund to be used to fund affordable housing activities, and to the local government fund to be used to reimburse municipalities for the Maine residents' homestead property tax exemption. So why is this important? Well, before the pandemic, Maine had the largest percentage of vacant homes in the country. Almost a fifth of Maine homes, nearly 140,000 residences. They were unoccupied for at least 180 days a year. The majority, and these are ones that could be lived in year round. We're not talking about seasonal camps. The majority of those used as personal homes are owned by people from out of the state who love Maine, and they'd be pleased to help Maine improve the lives of our most vulnerable citizens. Creating an impact fee for vacant homes enables the people who own these homes to contribute to addressing Maine's affordable housing crisis. A majority of Maine households cannot afford the median home price on their current income. Tens of thousands of households are on waiting lists for subsidized housing and housing vouchers. Municipal property reevaluations are resulting in a significant tax shift onto residents due to the current housing market, as commercial real estate values remain steady or are declining due to the pandemic, while residential prices are soaring. LD 1337 will either encourage owners of vacant homes to put those homes to use for housing, or it will raise revenue from owners of vacant homes to fund existing housing programs and stabilize property taxes for Maine residents. Prior to the pandemic, Maine's housing affordability was already at a crisis point. Maine's rental housing market has been among the least affordable in the nation. The economic strains caused by COVID-19 public safety precautions have exacerbated the crisis, spurring a new wave of evictions. While federal pandemic support is coming to Maine, the federal relief will not address the long-term housing needs of Maine families. Mainers with low incomes that can find housing pay over half their income on rent. Those who cannot cover the cost of renting experience eviction. And before the pandemic, 5,000 households in Maine faced eviction every year. The number of Mainers who are unhoused is rising every day. Our inaction on housing is a disgrace, and the unhoused population demonstrates the racism embedded in our system because over a quarter of Maine's homeless population are Black, but Black people are only 1% of our population. Our state's housing issues are within our ability to solve with a variety of policy interventions. It is our job as legislators to pass bills that leverage state investment in housing for the future. LD 1337's vacancy impact fee bill will raise revenues to fund solutions to our state's housing crisis. LD 1337 will direct half of the increased revenues to Home Fund and the Maine State Housing Authority. The Home Fund has historically funded programs like home buyer and owner assistance, home improvements and repairs, affordable housing development, and homeless assistance. All of these programs are important to Maine's low-income populations and can increase financial assistance and create affordable housing opportunities for renters and homeowners alike. LD 1337 proposes a just way to generate revenue that will be invested in housing for Maine's most vulnerable people. I encourage you to vote ought to pass on LD 1337.
Thank you, Representative Osher. Does anyone have any questions? Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. How would you respond to someone that has a property, can only be in a state less than 180 days because their kids are in school in their home state, and they say, well, why am I paying property taxes for school? My kids don't go to that school. And now you want me to pay an impact fee along with paying property taxes for school, which in most municipalities make up a large portion of the property tax. How would you speak to that person, and how would you make them understand that the impact fee is fair to them?
So you're talking about hypothetical people, but I can tell you from my experience.
This isn't hypothetical. This is
right,
real.
well, you haven't given me, I'll tell you from my experience. So my business is that I make homes more energy efficient. And people call me, I live in Orono, I serve the greater Bangor area and coastal communities like Mount Desert Island and the Blue Hill Peninsula. And so I have a lot of people that I interact with who own homes and they do not live in them year round. And I have never encountered one that complained about the cost that they pay for property taxes, nor have I encountered ones that would be concerned about the fact that we would be adding a fee that would be used to help people. Because as Representative Geer said, the people that I meet choose Maine. They choose Maine for their second home. They choose it because it's wonderful and they really like the people of Maine and they want to support them. And they are aghast at our problems, which only now our racism problem has now made national news, that we have the highest, 25% of our COVID cases were people of color. So, the people I meet, and I have plenty of clients who fit in this category where they own a home that is empty more than 180 days a year. I can't imagine any of them that would be concerned about this fee, because they would want to support the legislative ways that we're trying to help this population of people who are marginalized, who don't have the either inherited or personally purchased ability to have a second home in Maine.
Thank you very much.
Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Osher. The your implication that some of these homes aren't being rented is due to a racial prejudice component. Is that true?
No. What I'm saying is that the people that are my clients, the people I've met, and I've worked on hundreds of homes, and then the word is out among people who own summer homes that if they're even turning the heat down to 50, they're still adding CO2 to the atmosphere by heating their home all winter when their homes are not energy efficient. So the people who contact me are making their homes energy efficient, even though they're not there in the winter. And these houses are not houses that they drain the pipes. So their houses are being warmed all winter long and they hire me. And these people love Maine. That's why they come here. It's beautiful. And that love extends to the population of Maine. And now on national news, we know that that one of the challenges we have in Maine is that very high percent of the people who are in poverty are people of color, even though we have a very small number of people of color. So these are just, I'm just saying that the people that I know that own second homes are what they want to do the right thing. And then one of the ways they would want to do the right thing is to have money available to help the people who are marginalized in our state.
A follow-up, if I may, Madam Chair.
Absolutely, yes.
So is there anything in current law that prevents someone you're talking about, this group of people you're talking about, from voluntarily paying this fee? What stops them from writing a check right now?
We're legislators, and our job is to try to address the problems of our state through legislative action. And so that's what I'm very impressed that the work that Representative Kessler has done to come up with a policy lever that could help increase the amount of money we have in a particular pool that would help a certain part of our population. And certainly, if there were a nonprofit organization that was out raising money for this exact group, that might be a place that they should be looking. But that's not. This bill is about making a legislative tool that would help increase the funds available for affordable housing. So, but basically, if we did this, I have. The other is that I'm from Orono. I live in Orono, and we don't have the coastal problem. Well, not problem. We do not have people who have summer homes here, homes that they come to for the summer, and then they're vacant year round. So this is not something I approach this as a person who thinks about housing all the time and wants to help find solutions to address the housing problems we have at the state level. I do have this experience from my business of working with people who, as Representative Gear mentioned, that you walk around a town in the winter and the lights are out on half the buildings. And certainly some of the towns I work with, that's the case. That's not the case in Orono, but we certainly have have housing problems where the median price of housing is going up, and it's harder and harder for families to afford a home in our town.
A follow-up, if I may.
Of course.
I'm not picking on you, but you're the one in the hot seat right now. But I find this proposal on its face to be, a real challenge to constitutionality. You're going to take someone's freedom of choice away. I mean, if I own a home and I don't wish to live in it for half a year, you're going to tell me, or not you, but this legislation would force me to pay a penalty for having a free choice and not be in that property. And because I live in the town of Pittston and represent Alna, Pittston, Westcasset, and Randolph. And as I travel through this district, there are many, many homes that are vacant. And I can tell you there's no affluence attached to these vacancies. And I couldn't imagine, first of all, the constitutional question of penalizing someone for not living somewhere. But I couldn't imagine trying to impose a fee, an extra fee on someone that's already paying taxes. I don't understand the logic behind this bill. And I find it, well, problematic to say the least. Thank you, though.
Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Osher. I know you've done a lot of work in your consulting business around energy and energy efficiency and housing, and you may or may not know the answer to this. And if you don't, that's okay. And if you don't, I'm going to ask for it for the work session. But I would like to have a little bit more data around the constitutionality that's been brought up several times here today during this public hearing. And I'd like to have some clarity around exactly where that would lie. I don't know if you can speak to that, Representative. As I said, if you can't, that's okay, but I would like to have that for the work session.
Yeah, I would defer to Representative Kessler because he's done extensive work on this. Certainly in our housing caucus that we talked, he brought in people from Vancouver, British Columbia, that had this housing impact fee. Their history also was that whether it's constitutional or not, they used to not tax people who had empty residences, because under the idea that they were not using the as much of the public, if they were gone, they weren't using as much of the services provided by the municipality. So I don't know that anyone ever, that's a different country, but that wasn't considered unconstitutional, that some people were not getting taxed for services that they didn't use, and other people were getting taxed for those services. But now they've changed, they've disappeared that. Now they have an impact fee, and they found a positive that's some people have decided they would rent their rent a place instead of having to pay the impact fee, and others paid the fee and the fee could be used. So that's a different country, but Representative Kessler can at the work session tell you about, say that I don't know as much about. The city of Oakland has done that. I used to live in the city of Oakland, California, and I am impressed that they were able to figure this out. And that's one of the cities that Representative Kessler's looked into. And so I'm sure at the work session, he can give you more information, but that's in the US. And so if you're talking about US constitutionality, the fact that other cities and other parts of the US have done this successfully and provided funds to be available for the housing crisis that's happening all over the country, not just in Maine. I'm heartened by that, the work that Representative Kessler's done to find out about this.
Thank you, Representative.
So I think for our work, we're sticking with the Maine Constitution. So, keeping that in mind, I bet you again $1 million that Julie might be able to help us with that at the work session. Any other questions for Representative Osher? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony and your answering questions. Next up is the last co-sponsor of the bill, Representative Morales. Welcome back, Representative Morales.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Representative Terry, members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Victoria Morales. I represent South Portland in House District 33. And I'm here to speak on behalf as a co-sponsor of LD 1337. You've heard a lot of testimony and I don't want to repeat it, but I just wanted to let you all know, and I've submitted my testimony, that I support this bill and the incredible and innovative work that Representative Kessler has put into this effort, because the need, as we all know, is so great. And we need to change the narrative on housing here in Maine, and that time really is now. And this bill has, as you've heard, been discussed at length in the Legislative Housing Working Group, both with experts, community members, folks in need, and as the legislature together with Maine Housing. We all understand so clearly the structural changes that we need to put in place in terms of how we fund housing and how we prioritize that funding. As you all know, we invest traditionally in Maine 0.00643% of our budget towards housing, and that's not enough. The Maine Economic Recovery Committee report acknowledges as much as well and recommends investing in housing as an important part of Maine's economic recovery plan. Just from a financial and a cost savings perspective too, it's really important to note that we absolutely know through research and data that when we do provide housing with supports, even for the folks who are arguably the most difficult to house due to mental illness, due to substance use disorder, they stay successfully housed. And as a result, they do not have the need to utilize our most expensive emergency services, such as shelters, courts, police, jails, emergency rooms, and other benefit programs. So investment in housing is in fact a cost-saving measure. So I believe we can accomplish these goals if we set our policies in this direction, if we coordinate our efforts together. We know that government can't solve every problem. We know nonprofits can't either, and neither can the for-profit sector. We need to work together, and this bill is a way to get us there. I think it's a win-win. Win-win-win, actually, because it helps municipalities and the property taxpayers. It goes towards those who are really in need of housing. And then for employers, as noted in the Economic Recovery Committee report, who are in need of employees with stable housing, this gets us towards that goal. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on behalf of this bill today.
Thanks, Representative Morales. Representative Hanley, you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Morales, thank you for your testimony. And I'm asking this question not only to you, but all the sponsors. In the state of Maine, I believe we also have a transportation problem. Vehicles, people that have trouble getting around. So could you possibly charge an impact fee on a family that has 2 cars? I have 2 vehicles. I don't need them. I could easily live with one. So should we expand this not only to cover housing, but to cover transportation, and any family or any individual that has more than 1 vehicle would have to pay a fee on the other vehicle and direct that into a fund? I mean, would that be a possibility here?
I don't know, Representative Hanley, that's not the bill that I'm here to talk about today, but impact fees are something that states do consider. Maine has them, municipalities have them. So that's not a policy that I'm here to opine upon. Thank you, though.
Thank you. You understand my question is that there's a question of the freedom to own things and the freedom to be taxed and punished by your government for having possessions. And when you're already paying all the prescribed fees and taxes and penalties that come in with it anyway. As you can see, I'm very troubled by this legislation. But thank you for your answer. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions for Representative Morales? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We certainly appreciate it. Next up is Frank D'Alessandro, and following Mr. D'Alessandro will be Diane Romano. Welcome, Mr. D'Alessandro.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Chipman and Representative Terry, members of the Committee on Taxation. My name is Frank D'Alessandro. I'm the Litigation and Policy Director of Maine Equal Justice. Thank you for the opportunity to offer written testimony to you in support of LD 1337. Mainers' health and well-being and economic stability all start at home. It's within our power to use federal and state dollars to help Mainers through the current crisis and lay the groundwork for long-term solutions to Maine's enduring housing problem. LD 1337, in our view, is an equitable source of revenue that will go a long way to fund assistance for low-income renters. The pandemic has pushed Maine's housing affordability problems to a crisis point. While federal pandemic support can act as a springboard for bold action to increase access to affordable housing, the federal relief does not provide the long-term housing stability that Maine families need. Even before the pandemic, Maine's rental housing market had been among the least affordable in the nation. Approximately 48,000 households are severely rent burdened in the state, which means they spend more than 50% of their income on rent. These families continuously face the threat of eviction for non-payment, with 5,000 households in Maine facing eviction every year, even before the pandemic. Finding affordable housing has become so difficult, many Mainers become homeless because they simply cannot find an apartment that meets their budget. In Maine, the Joint Section 8 waiting list, which covers most of the state, has tens of thousands of households on it, and the families can wait years for needed assistance. Even some families with vouchers still struggle to find safe, affordable housing because of the lack of available housing. According to Maine State Housing Authority, there's a shortage of about approximately 19,000 rental units in Maine that are both available and affordable to low-income renters. Maine's housing market has gotten so tight that even those with the ability to pay market rents often cannot find rental units. For example, in the past week, Maine Equal Justice was contacted by 5 households whose leases and seasonal rental terms are coming to an end, and they cannot find any available housing to move to. While Maine's low-income tenants have been suffering, there's been the real estate market is booming. 22% increase in median sale prices between fall of 2019 and fall of 2020. And this is not only a problem in Maine cities, it's also a problem in rural parts of the state. Of all the things the Maine State Legislature can do to support families and individuals trying to rebuild their economic security post-pandemic, Safe homes that are realistically affordable and do not eat the whole family budget are at the top of the list. Creating a vacancy impact fee can capture some of the growth in Maine's seasonal real estate market. Growth is that contributing to the affordability crisis in many parts of the state. And we strongly urge you to adopt this proposal, this bill. To answer a couple questions that were brought up, the bill actually does have defined affordability. And so it does exempt from this tax the owner of residential property tax whose income based on their most recent tax return is less than 150% of the area median income for the greater Portland, South Portland metropolitan area. And that is over the median income in that area is $60,000. So this bill exempts households with incomes of below approximately $90,000. And then the other thing I would point out is, in answer to another question about the racial impact of this bill, is that I don't believe that people are taking race into account in deciding whether or not to rent out their homes. Okay, but the housing crisis has in Maine does have a disproportionate impact on people of color.
Thank you, Mr. D'Alessandro. I appreciate your insight to the marketplace and what its needs are. Any questions for Mr. D'Alessandro? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up is Diane Romano, and following Ms. Romano will be Winston Lumpkins. Welcome back, Ms. Romano.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Can.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. So first off, I'd like to say that I am obviously not an expert. There's way more eloquent people than me. So the testimony that I'm going to give is really at a personal level, and some may think an anecdotal level, but I think, so you might hear frustration in my voice and even some real disdain for out-of-state people. So I'm just speaking at a personal level, and I think a lot of just your everyday people are feeling this. So I'm just going to go ahead and speak my mind. Absolutely. And if I offend anyone, I'm sorry. Not really sorry, because I feel this way. So hello, Representative Kessler, Madam Chair, and members of the Taxation Committee. In advance, I would like to thank each of you for your tireless work as public servants, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you. Once again, my name is Diane Romano. I'm a resident of South Portland. While I support the premise of LD 1337, I think this bill should be viewed only as one of the many steps that are needed to address our state's unprecedented lack of not only affordable housing, but housing in general. In 1989, as a young married couple, my husband and I moved from Portland, where we both were born and raised, across the bridge to South Portland, and bought what is still our first and only home. Like Portland, South Portland historically was a small working class city. We were among your average lower middle class family. We raised 3 children and cherished every minute. Until recently, the city of South Portland continued to be an affordable place for average citizens to live, work, rent, or to purchase a home. Over the past few years, and more predominantly since the beginning of the pandemic, that has all changed. Out-of-state buyers are coming here in droves. They come here fleeing their own states that have become COVID hotspots, or to work remotely at their high salary jobs. They bring with them financial resources that far exceed the average, and honestly, even the above average Mainer's income. They continue to purchase housing units at outrageous prices. This feeding frenzy, coupled with a severe lack of inventory, has created bidding wars that rarely result in a local person coming out on top. I have two home buying age adult children who are mortgage and income qualified as first-time home buyers, but because of the dramatic rise in prices for single-family homes, what seems like overnight have been priced out of the market. Those who rely on rental housing have also seen a basic 1 or 2 bedroom apartment become increasingly unaffordable. I'm going to be a bit blunt here, but some real estate agents bear some of the responsibility as well. They continue to market to out-of-state buyers and prioritize their needs over their neighbors. Whether directly or indirectly, this does contribute to our housing crisis. The advent of short-term rentals have also had a dramatic impact on the availability of long-term housing. Not only do they take large numbers of single-family homes out of inventory, they have also led to the restructuring of multifamily units. Because short-term rentals are more lucrative than renting on a permanent basis, more and more investors are opting to go in that direction, resulting in displacement of those that depend on rental housing. LD 1337, while not perfect, is certainly worth strong consideration. I have read the bill, and it appears that much thought has been given to ensure moderate income Mainers who own camps will not be negatively affected. Each housing unit taken out of long-term inventory has a huge negative impact on full-time Maine residents. I believe an impact fee is appropriate and should be applied as directed in this bill. I would even go further and say that all short-term rental units should be subject to this fee, regardless if they are empty half of the year or are booked for the entire 365 days. This may sound harsh, but we as a state cannot sit back and keep allowing out-of-state money to continue to hijack our housing stock. It is not acceptable for those of us who live and work in Maine full-time to be left with the scraps that are left behind after those from away take everything they want. Hardworking Mainers are continually being driven out of where we and our kids were born and raised because outsiders decided that now they want to live there. The answer is not that we keep being pushed further out into the fringes. Relocating a group of people somewhere else only displaces the people who are there, and so on and so on. Do we see in our near future entire generations being permanently relegated to high-density, affordable housing developments because home ownership is no longer an option for them? Bold steps have to be taken to reserve housing for those who live and work in Maine full-time. In closing, I would like to acknowledge that yes, certain parts of Maine are reliant on the tourism industry. However, it is a fairly new phenomenon that every area in Maine is fair game to become a destination. There is such a thing as over-tourism, and I believe that part of our housing crisis can be attributed to our state relying more on that one industry. I am deeply concerned that not too many years from now, all Maine will be is a playground for wealthy out-of-staters and those who are willing to cater to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it. Any questions for Ms. Romano? Thank you, and thank you for speaking from the heart. We appreciate that. Next up is Winston Lumpkins. Welcome back, Mr. Lumpkins.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you for this opportunity to talk about this bill. I'm Winston Lumpkins. I'm a lifelong Mainer. Grew up in Piscataquis County. Currently, I'm a resident of South Portland. I've been renting and working in the food industry here for about 8 years, so I kind of bounce back and forth across the bridge depending on where the rent brings me. I make about $40,000 a year, kind of high up in the food industry, and that's fine. I feel like it should be a good living. I'm a single person, but it's become, I've been looking at trying to buy a house, and I've realized it's become impossible this year. Like I just can't do it in this area, which is where I make that living, so it's kind of frustrating. I support this bill wholeheartedly. We often talk of the money that tourists bring into Maine, and certainly that's a good thing. However, they don't pay income taxes, and they buy so many vacation homes in Maine that families are pushed out of the communities they love. They need to pitch in, and this bill will ensure that they do. Minimum wage is about $12 an hour. We can't compete. I can't compete. I make a lot more than 12, but it's not nearly enough to afford even affordable housing, which is like $17.50 a month for a one-bedroom in Portland. Scarcity brought this on by hoarding of vacation homes and driving up costs in southern Maine and all across the state. This would not cause anyone to have to sell, because if you can afford to own an entire second home, you can afford $750, $1,000, $2,000 a year. That's a whole nother home. I can't afford one. As a frontline worker and longtime food industry professional, I want to feel like folks from out of state are providing me with employment and a good living by bringing their dollars here. Instead, I feel like they are hoarding houses, and I'm increasingly angry that they are not carrying their weight. This bill would help me feel more like I'm not being attacked by those people. So those are my personal feelings and reasoning behind supporting this. And I'll also mention that the Portland City staff have made it known that they would prefer if all of the revenue of this bill would go straight to municipalities. I disagree. Portland is, not always a good steward of affordable housing. And in addition to that, Portland has a lot of really expensive vacation homes. Like if you own a vacation home in Portland, it's a condo that costs $500,000. So that a large portion of this would come from Portland. And, the half of this that would go into the home fund, and the half that would go to support Homestead would help renters and people in Portland if that city pushes them to apply for that. But the half that would go toward the home fund would support South Portland and Westbrook and Gorham and other bedroom communities that Portland needs. So I think that the half going toward the home fund and not to the municipality should stay that way. And additionally, if municipalities feel as though they need more of this fee than they're getting, I believe it would be possible for them to charge a separate fee, something like this, whether or not this passes. And certainly, anyone owning a second home in Portland, for instance, could afford to pay far and above 0.5%. So, maybe the Portland City should look at that. Anyway, those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins. We appreciate it. Any questions for Mr. Lumpkins? All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it. I see no one else speaking in favor of. So next we will start hearing folks against the bill. First up is Deborah Hart. Welcome.
Hello, Representative Terry. My name is Deborah Hart. I am a resident of Manchester, Maine. I own Hart Public Policy, and I'm speaking to you today on behalf of my client, the Vacation Rental Professionals of Maine, in opposition to LD 1337. The Vacation Rental Professionals of Maine is an association that represents thousands of rental properties located here in the state of Maine. They provide assistance to their property owners in renting their properties and ensuring that those properties are held to the highest standards of safety and being good neighbors in the areas they are located. During the pandemic, they worked hard to make sure that when it was safe for vacationers to return to Maine, they could do so in a safe way, and provided them with full knowledge of all the new rules that renters needed to follow. Airbnb or VRBO does not do this. So the vacation rental property managers take pride in making sure that their guests have a positive experience and come back to Maine year after year to spend their vacation time and their vacation dollars here in our great state. The property owners that my clients represent pay the lodging tax, they pay property taxes, and in addition, they employ a number of Maine residents who clean the properties and provide a number of other services, including landscaping, window cleaning, mowing, garbage removal, carpenters, plumbers, contractors. The bill before you today, we believe, would penalize a homeowner who has a property that they rent and do not live in permanently, since a property subject to this residential vacancy impact fee is one that is not occupied for 180 days during a calendar year. Many Maine people have inherited a cottage or a camp, or in fact have invested in a second home that they do not use as their primary residence, but intend to retire to Maine, oftentimes within 5 to 15 years of purchasing. They often use these properties as an added source of income to help with their retirement, pay for their children's college education, or for a number of other purposes. For these reasons, we respectfully oppose LD 1337. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have or provide you with any additional information you might like from my clients.
Thank you very, very much for your testimony, Ms. Hart. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate you sticking it out with us all day.
I appreciate you sticking out. You've had a long day.
Next up is Linda Caprera from the Chamber. Welcome, Ms. Caprera.
It's about time. It's been a long day. Good afternoon, Representative Terry, members of the committee. My name is Linda Caprera. I represent the Maine State Chamber of Commerce, and I'm a resident of Winthrop. We are testifying in opposition to LD 1337. This bill would impose a vacancy impact fee of 0.5% of the equalized assessed value on residential property that's vacant. I mean, let's be honest. This is nothing more than an additional tier of property taxes on second homeowners. Homeowners that own second homes already pay property taxes, and they also pay rent taxes or taxes on if they rent their homes. Mainers pride themselves on owning second homes, whether it be a camp in the woods for hunting or fishing, or a home on the coast to enjoy, by the sea. They may only use their camps a couple days a year. I know many folks that only are able to go up to their camps a couple days this year. This would apply to them. This would also penalize folks from away who own second homes in Maine. These folks are vital to our tourism industry in Maine and contribute to our state's economy and our local communities and economies as well. This bill is simply a disincentive to owning a second home in Maine. The bill attempts to make some exceptions here for carve-outs and properties that are not habitable for at least 3 months of the year, such as seasonal camps. But what is the definition of habitable? Who makes that determination? Many camps are upgraded right now with heat and water and amenities that, Mainers want when they're in the woods or they're, going to their camps with their families. So really what this is just another layer of property taxation that we feel homeowners don't deserve. I would be happy to answer any questions, and I would urge you to vote no on this bill.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Ms. Caprera? Seeing none, thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. Looks like next up is, let's see, Mr. Cashman, Andrew Cashman. Sorry, I'm promoting him a minute behind here. We'll give him a sec to hop on. Good
See, there
afternoon.
we go. Can you hear me all right?
Done.
Hi, thank you, everyone. Representative Terry, distinguished members of the Taxation Committee, rather, my name is Andy Cashman. I'm a partner at Freddie Flaherty. I'm here today on behalf of my client, the Maine Association of Realtors, in strong opposition to LD 1337 for a number of different reasons. The first, though, is really, we heard a lot in the proponent section here about a lot of frustration with out-of-staters and from people from away. And I want to fix that misconception, because the reality of this is that this is disproportionately targeted to Maine residents. That's because historically 75% of real estate transactions in Maine are Mainers buying and selling property throughout the state. Even during the pandemic, when there's been a lot of press about people, from out of state moving here, even then, 67%, the vast majority of transactions are still among Mainers buying and selling property in Maine, and they should not be penalized for doing that. Oftentimes, too, they have to rent out the property, as been said earlier, a property that they might have inherited, that has been in the family for generations. They need to be able to rent it out in part to be able to afford it. Those people are paying their fair share in taxes. They're paying property taxes. They're paying 9% of a tax on the rental income. And this bill purports to create these carve-outs and exceptions. But when you really dig into it, at the end of the day, this is putting a huge burden on the people of Maine. The next thing I'd like to say, another issue that we have is this is a massive infringement of private property rights, because property owners should not be assessed an additional tax or an additional fee based on how they choose to live in their own property. And we echo the concerns about some of the constitutional questions that were raised. The third issue here, which I alluded to just a second ago, is that this is completely impractical in terms of its implementation. It creates complicated processes for notification, for reporting, for declaring primary residence or permanent residency. And it just, at the end of the day, would create a huge and frankly impossible administrative burden for property owners, municipalities, and the state tax assessor. The other issue with this is that this doesn't have it doesn't say anything about how the money is going to be used. It says it goes into the home fund, but the reality that we've learned about in the home fund before is that between 2005 and 2019, of the 117 million that was put into the fund there, 76 of that was diverted into the general fund. This bill doesn't address that problem. It just magnifies it by putting a big burden on Mainers. And the reality of this is that this is not going to eliminate the problem of the need for affordable housing, and it's not going to reduce it. We're not going to tax our way out of the affordable housing problem. Taxes don't house people, houses do. And so we need new construction, we need more development, we need greater density, housing options, and fewer mandates during construction. And I would just say in closing that the Maine Association of Realtors is very strongly engaged in the affordable housing issues. We're supportive of other bills, which I mentioned in my written testimony, but I respect the committee's rules on referring to other testimony and whatnot. We support those bills. Those are like comprehensive approaches to affordable housing and funding to, bonding to create more affordable housing in the state. Affordable housing is in our public policy statement. It has been for a long time. We have a foundation that has provided millions of dollars over the years to affordable housing every year. So we strongly support affordable housing and trying to get more of it in our state. But this bill doesn't do that. And so for that reason, we strongly and respectfully urge the committee to vote ought not to pass on LD 1337. And I appreciate your time, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cashman. It looks like we have a question from Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Representative Terry. Thank you, Mr. Cashman, for coming. I really appreciate it. And I did have the opportunity to read your testimony, and I read along as you were saying it too, but I was struck by something that you said. And I'm curious, where you talk about historically 75% of Maine real estate purchases are from Maine zip codes. And I'm just wondering where that data came from and how you can ascertain the difference between actual people and maybe trusts and other entities that are purchasing homes. But the other related question to that, Andy, is I had read a report, and you may know better than I because this is your wheelhouse, but I had also read a report in light of the pandemic that there was a pretty significant increase of real estate purchases from folks out of state. And you might not have those figures right at the top of your head, but I would love it if you could speak to both of those questions. And if not, perhaps you can provide us with additional data for the work session.
Sure. No, it's that data is coming from our multiple listing service, which has all the information on various transactions here in the state. And so when I refer to the difference between this historic 75% number, I'm talking about the data that's coming from there, and then the 67% number is also from that based on the data from last year. So it's just trying to conceptualize, what's actually happening in the real data versus sort of what people see and what's been in the press and whatnot.
Thank you. And may I, Madam Chair?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Can you get us for the work session, if you have additional statistics and data around the number of purchases that were made in the last year or so from out-of-state folks?
I'll more than happy, Representative, to try to see what we have that we'd be available to share and do that if there's anything that would be helpful.
Thank you. And I just have one final question, if I may. Thank you. Oh, I'm curious, were you I've got two screens here, so I'm looking at my other screen here where your testimony is. Let's see here, where you talk about that this would be too burdensome to administer. And I'm just wondering who did you consult with, or where did you get that information from?
Well, we consulted with a number of other groups that are involved, that would be involved with this process. And you do have some testimony, I think, that from some of those groups like Maine Municipal Association. If you really dig into it, though, there are sections of the bill, a number of sections that are putting the burden on the state tax assessor. But then there's also a number of areas of the bill that are also putting a burden on directing the municipalities to do certain things, to send out, information and to get, to send reports of all the residents. There's a number of things if you kind of dig into it. So when you take all those things cumulatively, that's an issue. The other huge issue in response to that question, Representative, is that every property owner would have to be declaring what their primary residence would be. And so that whole process, that's a big process and a big burden, not only on the property owner to have to figure that stuff out or make a case that in fact their camp is not really habitable for 3 months out of the year and therefore falls under the exemption, and trying to prove that things fit these very complicated exemptions. And then the appeals process and everything, if you really dig into it and kind of add those things together, that's really what I'm referring to, Representative.
Thank you. So that is helpful. I really appreciate it. So you've consulted with Maine Municipal Association and the Maine Tax Assessors? Are those the two folks that you've?
Maine Municipal Association and a number of other groups, yeah.
Okay, I'd love to know who those folks are. Thanks.
Yeah, well, you have a lot of testimony, I think, from a number of those groups.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Cashman. I'll take this opportunity to mention to the committee one more time that we have a ton of testimony on our webpage, and I encourage everybody to read it before the work session. Nice weekend reading. Representative Kryzak, you have a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I just learned something new that I hadn't learned through the other testimony today. So if this were to pass, the municipalities are the ones that are going to have to figure out what houses are empty for 180 days a year, and they're the ones that are going to be billing this tax. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't want to speak for the municipalities because I think they've submitted testimony. So I know that, Kate has done that, but yeah, if you go in and you look at what some of the municipal, the burdens are in the municipalities here in the bill, I think it's under the annual reporting stuff, evaluations. There's a number of areas where the towns would have to get involved. The other thing too about it is that, in order to qualify for some of the exemptions, there's each property owner is going to have to make some sort of a representation that a property, has certain amenities to it that makes it habitable for a certain period of the year, and then that could involve the town. There's a lot of overlap here with the municipalities, and I think that that's why they have submitted the testimony that they have. But again, I don't want to speak for them, Representative.
Okay, thank you. So a lot more work is going to be given to the municipalities, but there's nothing in the bill that's going to give them any of this money to pay for those services. Is that correct?
So it says that of the money that's collected from here, if you go into the application of the revenue section on page 3 of the bill, I know Julie will walk through it with you during the work session, but it says half of the impact fee goes to the Housing Opportunities for Maine Fund. That's the home fund that we've talked about. And then the other half is going to the local government fund, and that's supposed to be reimbursing municipalities for the homestead property tax exemption. So, that's again, it's just raising revenue, and it's not directing it towards any particular use. It's not trying to make sure that it actually gets used for affordable housing or protecting it from sweeping or any of those other things. So,
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Cashman? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
You got it. That concludes those speaking against, and apologies to Ms. Blackford. I did miss you on the list of folks that are speaking in favor of. I don't want to throw you under the bus by any stretch, but the sooner you get your request in, the less likely I am to miss you. So welcome, and we'll be hearing from her next. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative Terry, and my apologies for my tardiness.
Oh, that's okay. I would have been in the same situation. Do not feel bad. Using it as an opportunity to say how things work around here.
Well, Representative Terry and other members of the Joint Committee on Taxation, I very much appreciate the opportunity to testify today strongly in favor of LD 1337. I am Kate Blackford, and I'm here on behalf of the Maine People's Alliance. MPA is Maine's largest community action organization with over 32,000 members across the state. And our mission is to create a world where everyone has what they need, contributes what they can, and no one is left behind. One of the most basic things that we all need is a safe, decent, affordable place to call home. And for that reason, MPA supports LD 1337, which would charge a very small annual excise tax for the privilege of leaving one's non-primary home unused for more than 6 months of the year. We have all heard incredible testimony today outlining the extent of Maine's affordable housing crisis, so I will skip that part of my testimony. But we know that this housing crisis is not just for affordable housing either. There was an article in the Bangor Daily just this week about the lack of available market rate housing, given the incredible price increase and the tightness of our rental market. A vacancy tax would encourage owners of vacant homes to either put those homes for use for housing or raise revenue to make sure that we're stabilizing property taxes or adding resources to those available to support our affordable housing programs. Seasonal camps, lower income homeowners and others like licensed childcare providers are exempt. This is a really practical solution, and the vacancy tax is a very modest tax. It's only 0.5%, and it's only on the value of the building, not the value of the land. It provides generous exemptions, and especially the income exemptions at 150% of the area median income in Portland, I think is a great cutoff, and I'm really admire Representative Kessler's thorough work on identifying sort of where those exemptions should be drawn. This is a very targeted bill, and it will help ensure that more of our housing is used year round. It would push back on some of the market forces that drive up our housing costs and raise critically needed resources, flexible resources that municipalities would be able to put towards the homestead exemption, and that Maine Housing would be able to put towards the specific affordable housing needs that we have at that particular time. So I urge you all to support LD 1337 and to vote out to pass. Thank you very much. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much. Anyone have any questions for Ms. Blackford? Representative Hanley.
Yes, do you have written testimony that you're going to submit?
Yes, and it was submitted, but I think it was right around 10 o'clock this morning. So it should be in, but if not, then I'm happy to email it around as well. And there's citations and links in my testimony as well.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Hanley, when you go through the list on our website, you will find lots of written testimony, including this.
I'm
I may
reading
have
it
missed it.
now.
I just went through it, but I did it quickly, and I may have missed it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here and for your testimony, Ms. Blackford. Just double checking no one has any more questions. All set. Thank you so much. And last but not least, we welcome back the Honorable Eric Jorgensen to give testimony neither for nor against this bill. Welcome again.
Thank you, Representative Terry. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm delighted to be cleaning up today, batting cleanup for the Taxation Committee. Representative Terry, esteemed members of the Committee on Taxation, my name is Eric Jorgensen. I work for the Maine State Housing Authority, Maine Housing, and I'm testifying today neither for nor against LD 1337. The bill, as you know, proposes to levy a fee on vacant properties and to use a percentage of those funds to generated to support the home fund. And while Maine Housing really prefers to remain agnostic on the merits of this particular tax policy or generally on tax policy, we are very supportive of any action that might bolster the home fund. As you know, this fund was created in 1983 to provide a dedicated and flexible source of funding for a range of urgent affordable housing needs. The fund is fed by half of the real estate transfer tax, and it constitutes Maine Housing's largest and most mission-critical source of state revenue. Most of our revenue does come from other sources of the federal government and from self-generated things, but this is our biggest source of state revenue. And this year, it's going to support a range of critical housing programs, from the development of new housing to weatherization, to emergency home repairs, to helping first-time homeowners close on their first properties. And at a time when the costs, as we've heard today, are rising sharply and housing needs are becoming more and more urgent, extra money in the home fund will simply mean that more can be accomplished in all of those areas of focus. Our only practical concern with this bill relates to section 4964 sub 2 part B, which is around measuring the extent to which affordable housing has increased as a result of the impact fee. This part specifies that OPEGA would develop valuation parameters because the home fund is used for a range of important affordable housing activities, including but not limited to increasing affordable housing itself, we would prefer to see the evaluation consider all of those activities when determining impact. Maine State Housing Authority also just wanted to let you know, we provided the legislature with an annual report on the home fund, and we would easily include the impact of this fee in that report. Finally, I'll just say, as Mr. Cashman pointed out, I wanted just to add to that, the home fund has in fact been rated regularly over the years to the tune of maybe $77 million. I do want to say that the current and immediate past biennial budgets were the first time that the home fund has not sustained raids, either by the governor or the legislature. 2 years ago, the governor proposed to take some money out to pay for broadband, and that was stopped by the Appropriations Committee. And then this year, nobody has taken anything and is not planning to. And not coincidentally, I think more of that fund is now in use in housing production than ever before. So we're really excited that people are thinking about the home fund, and we wish to thank the sponsors for this bill for bringing it forward, and we'll be very happy to answer questions or work with you on the work session.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Jorgensen? Representative Kryzak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Jorgensen, not really a question. Could you send me your contact information?
You bet.
Thank you.
I can hook you up with that, Ted.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions for the former Representative Jorgensen? It's going to take a while to get used to that. All right, seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes the public hearing on LD 1337. Representative Kessler, thank you very much for bringing it to us, and we look forward to seeing you at the work session. And that should do it, I think, for the day. Julie, unless you have something for us?
Not, well, it depends. I do have an amendment that you could review if you want to. It's to LD 351, an act regarding municipal valuation and state-owned property. It was a majority ought not to pass. There was only one person, Representative Carmichael, who voted ought to pass as amended. And given that Representative Carmichael isn't here this afternoon right now, it might be better to hold off review of this until perhaps he'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, why don't we shoot for doing that maybe first thing tomorrow morning before we get
Yeah.
started. That way it's a quick and easy, and we should all be around for that. So from me, just again, a reminder to read all of the testimony that we've gotten on our website, because there's a whole lot of it. And a reminder tomorrow after our public hearing, we did decide to do after the public hearing, going over the OPEGA particulars for the review process. If we can all have a quick chat about that before we, in the morning at one point or another. And I think that's it. Thank you very much, guys. Thanks for sticking around for so long. Have a great rest of your day. We'll see you tomorrow.